Chapter 2028. The School of Agriculture, the School of Moism, the School of Yin-Yang, the School of Taoism, and the School of Confucianism are after the Divine Thunder Cauldron. Humph, let's see what plans they have after that brat dies this time. The old man from the famous clan sneered. His eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. That brat had a divine lightning cauldron. When he gathered all 9 cauldrons, it would be extraordinary. The famed scholars had no intention of interfering in the grudge between the dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, legalism, and the desolate nation. But it was different this time. Du Xiaofu had killed the elites of the younger generation of the famed clan and was deeply involved with the remnants of the Fangji clan. The famed clan had no choice but to intervene. However, if they were able to obtain a divine lightning cauldron because of that, it would be of great importance to them. As he thought about it, the old man could not help but become excited. Based on our original plan, this place is the only path to the Tomb of Eternity. Just to be safe, we will wait here and kill whoever comes. The horned dragon spoke. Murderous intent poured out of his eyes without hiding it. On Huang Zhu's aged face, there was a slight fluctuation in his gaze. He sighed inwardly. A junior who should have made contributions to legalism would probably not be able to escape this time. The huge canyon was filled with dense white fog that covered the sky. Lightning flashed back and forth, occasionally converging into thunderbolts that shuttled back and forth in the thick white fog before mysteriously disappearing. There were many people standing on top of the canyon. The 3 women at the front were the most shocking. One of them was a woman dressed in tight clothing. Her long and slender legs, tight buttocks, and slender waist outlined a perfect and seductive curve. Her devilish figure and peerless beauty combined in one body was enough to move one's soul. Beside the well-dressed woman, there was another woman. Whether it was her temperament or appearance, she was not much inferior to the former. Her eyes seemed to be misty, and her long skirt outlined a graceful arc. Her temperament was elegant and slightly charming. The third woman wasn't very old. She was graceful, slender and elegant. She was devastatingly beautiful, enough to stun the world. These 3 women were none other than Ouyang Shuang, whom Du Xiaofu had been worried about. Beside her were Yi Zijin and Dai Xinyu. Behind the 3 women were several Du family disciples. Among them were Du Gui, Du Chong, and a few others, as well as Gui Che, Violent Bear King, Silver-Winged Devil Condor, and many others. This place is unusual. Don't get too close. I'll be right back. A voice rang out. Above the thick white fog in the canyon, there was a figure floating in the air with a straight back as lightning arcs shuttled back and forth. It was a handsome middle-aged man who stood in the air like a spear. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were deep and sharp. "Uncle Tingxian, be careful," Yi Zijin said to the middle-aged man. Her expression was grave. There were dangers everywhere in the heavenly devil battlefield, and she was worried. "All right." The middle-aged man nodded his head. Who else could it be other than Du Tingxian? As his voice fell, his hair fluttered, and his body faintly emitted the cries of dragons and snakes. He leaped into the thick white fog. Crackle. Suddenly, lightning shuttled back and forth in the white fog. In the air above the canyon, dense lightning bolts appeared and intertwined. The entire canyon seemed to have suddenly changed. A terrifying aura erupted, and the energy of heaven and earth surged wildly. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Dai Xinyu, and the silver-winged devil condor all frowned. It's indeed strange. Du Tingxian raised his eyebrows. He was already prepared. Lightning erupted from his body, and a lightning armor covered his body with a rumbling sound. Covered in lightning armor, Du Tingxian was not afraid of the lightning in the air. He even devoured the rampaging lightning bolts. "Open for me." With a loud shout, Du Tingxian shook his arm, and a wave of energy swept out, dispersing the thick white fog in the air. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out. Inside the canyon, as the white mist dispersed, energy suddenly erupted. An incomparably blazing lightning rune surged out, emitting a dazzling light. It was as if a small lake of lightning was surging. Then, to Du Tingxuan's astonishment, he saw a plant take root in the center of the dazzling lake of lightning. It was purple and pulsed with electric arcs. It had a total of 7 leaves. The 7 leaves set off a crystalline lotus flower in full bloom. It was as if it had been carved from the world's most perfect purple spiritual jade. It was magnificent and natural. However, the purple electric arcs that emanated from the lotus flower were enough to make one's primordial spirit tremble. 9 transformations Divine Lei Lian. No, it's only 7 transformations. 7 transformations Divine Lei Lian. Du Tingxian was shocked. He had received the inheritance of his master, Jinlei Tensei, and also obtained the 2 treasures of Jinlei Tensei. The 3rd treasure, the 9 transformations Divine Lei Lian, had always been in the hands of his son, Du Xiaofu. At this moment, the 9 transformations Divine Lei Lian in front of him was a rare 9 transformations Divine Lei Lian. Although it was only at the 7th transformations, its value was immeasurable. It would turn into the 9th transformation sooner or later. On the 7 transformations Divine Lei Lian, electric arcs rippled like blooming petals, swallowing the energy of heaven and earth around it. The electric arcs crackled and finally erupted with endless power of thunder, turning into a strange lightning beast that pounced directly at Du Tingxian. So it's this rare treasure. This trip was not in vain. Du Tingxian made his move. He formed a hand seal, releasing electric arcs, and threw a punch. Rumble, thunder rumbled. Du Tingxuan's punch was filled with killing intent. It was like the sovereign of thunder, and it directly blasted the strange lightning beast to pieces. Chi La La, the 7 transformations Divine Lei Lian spun, stirring up a lake of lightning. Huge waves rose and fell like a tsunami of lightning, sweeping towards Du Tingxian with overwhelming force. That flower is a rare treasure. It's extremely terrifying. Even overlords won't be able to obtain it. Dai Xingyu said as he gazed at the lightning flower from afar. Although he didn't know what rare treasure it was, he was certain that it was priceless. It was a great opportunity for lightning cultivators. However, the rare treasure was extremely powerful and contained lightning. Even overlords wouldn't be able to obtain it if they encountered it. Rumble, terrifying waves of thunder and lightning swept towards Du Tingxian. In Du Tingxuan's eyes, purple arcs of lightning shot out. The thunder armor on his body suddenly bloomed with thunder and lightning. His thunder martial veins covered his body, and a murderous aura surged through the air. Rolling lightning swept over, but Du Tingxian ignored it. He passed through the sea of lightning and appeared before the 7 transformations Divine Lei Lian. The 7 transformations Divine Lei Lian seemed to have a spirit. It seemed to have sensed something. Space cracked amidst the ripples of lightning as it tried to tear through space and escape. You can't escape. Seal. Du Tingxian shouted in a deep voice. As he formed a seal with his hands, his thunder martial vein erupted. Mysterious purple lightning talismans covered the entire area. Killing chi permeated the air. It didn't carry any killing intent, but it displayed the majesty of creation and the righteousness of heaven and earth. Rumble, purple lightning swept across the sky, punishing all living things as it enveloped the 7 transformations Divine Lei Lian. Chapter 2029. Under the chi of punishment and righteousness, the 7 revolutions Lei Lian stopped struggling and was finally sealed by Du Tingxian. The surrounding thunder and lightning began to dissipate into the void. Du Tingxian kept the 7 revolutions Lei Lian in his hand and a rare smile appeared on his handsome face. He retracted his thunder and lightning armor and landed on the canyon. Congratulations, Uncle Tingxian. Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Du Chong, Du Gui, and the others were happy for him. Looking at the rare smile on Du Tingshuan's face, they knew that he had obtained an extraordinary treasure. Let's go to the Tomb of Eternity. There should be many experts gathered there. Rumor has it that there are already half-saints there. Everyone, be careful. Du Tingxian looked up slightly, his eyes filled with joy and worry. He said to Ouyang Shuang and the others beside him, if nothing goes wrong, that kid should also be rushing to the Tomb of Eternity. He shouldn't miss such a big event. In the calm void, the sky was dark and there were clusters of dark clouds scattered irregularly in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, in the calm void, there was the sound of wind breaking. Several figures streaked across the sky at an extremely fast speed. In 2 flashes, they were close to the void. There were more than 20 figures in total. In the lead was a handsome man in golden clothes with a chiseled face. His golden eyes shone brightly and his long golden hair fell to his shoulders. His figure was lean and tall, and he exuded an awe-inspiring aura of a ruler. Who else could it be but Du Xiaoyao? The information we received can't be wrong, right? Mei Ling spoke. Her graceful figure flashed through the sky while her scarlet-red dress fluttered gently, and a few scarlet-red ribbons danced on her jet-black and beautiful hair. Her figure was beautiful and charming, and it was capable of moving the souls of others. Many people are looking ahead. The information we received can't be wrong. The Tomb of Eternity should be right ahead, Du Xiaoyao said. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, emitting a faint golden glow. I wonder if the president has arrived. As Du Xiaoyao's voice fell, a middle-aged man beside Mei Ling spoke. His hair was like a small black python, his eyes were blood-red and terrifying, and his body had a dense and cold aura fluctuating. It was the Bloodvine Demon. Behind the Bloodvine Demon, there were more than 10 people from Desolate Country and Tianwu Academy. Although their cultivations, they were not too shabby. They were not General, Gu Xinyan, Guo Xiaofeng, or Ghost Child. If the tomb is as the Tomb of Eternity as the rumors say, that guy, the Blood God, the President, that guy should be on his way there. After Du Xiaoyao finished speaking, he turned to the people behind him and said, be careful. We might encounter various factions ahead. The desolate state has many enemies. Once we are in danger, act according to the situation. After all, you won't be able to help. The disciples was, they was. The mountains and rivers were connected, and the mountains stood tall. Whoosh! 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 Spatial ripples appeared in the sky. Scorching heat waves surged as several figures flew across the sky. There were elderly experts riding on demonic beast mounts. There were also many figures flying in the sky, emitting powerful auras. The surrounding living beings quickly retreated, not daring to get close. Leading the way were 4 blazing fire wands pulling an ancient carriage inscribed with talisman runes. Their bodies were wrapped in rolling flames. Everywhere they passed, white smoke would spread. Scorching heat swept across the land. It's the Phoenix race. And the Yin-Yang school. That's strange. Why would the Phoenix race be with the Yin-Yang school? It seems like the rumors are true. All the major forces are heading to the Tomb of Eternity. Let's follow them. We can't miss them. Looking at the group of people passing by, the living beings in the distance were astonished and discussed among themselves. Clang, 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 the phoenix carriage sped along, the flames fluctuating. The rainbow-colored ornaments on the curtains tinkled. The seemingly small ancient carriage was extremely spacious. At this moment, several figures were sitting inside. Apart from a little girl who was about 10 years old and a little girl who was about 3 or 4 years old, there were also 4 stunning women and 2 valiant young men. These people were naturally Zi Xian, Huang Linger, Huang Wu, Feng Chu, Feng Han, Qi Yi Shi, and Little Xingxing from the Phoenix race. Those demon emperor primordial spirits have broken free one after another. I wonder where Dad is now. He must enter the Tower of Eternity. That's his last chance, Little Xingxing said. His young and tender face had an aged air that didn't match his age. News of the Tower of Eternity has spread. With his personality, he will definitely go there, Zi Xian said. Her voice was like the sound of nature. I'm so happy. I can finally see my dad. The little girl was very excited. Her face was full of smiles. I hope you won't be frightened. Qi Yi Shi smiled and stroked the little girl's hair. In the carriage, everyone smiled knowingly. That guy hadn't married yet, but he already had 2 daughters. Both of them were terrifying existences. It was said that Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, and several other descendants of the Du family were all extremely talented. Who would dare to provoke such a family? In the void, there were chaotic spatial ripples all around, forming a storm. If ordinary creatures were to enter it, they would be torn to pieces. This was a void space. Cultivators at the domain realm and above had to tear space apart to travel through this void. Although these spatial storms were powerful, they weren't much of a threat to the domain realm experts. In the silent void, there was only the whistling of spatial turbulence. 9 figures were sitting cross-legged. There were men and women, and several of them were old. The aura on their bodies was concealed to the point that it didn't leak out at all. These 9 people were Huang Zhu from the Legalism School, the Horned Dragon, the School of Vertical and Horizontal, the School of Famers, the Demon Vulture Clan, the Heavenly Snake Clan, the Red Fire Demon Lion Clan, and the Sky Scorpion Earth Spider. The 9 experts seemed to have been hiding here for quite some time. After an unknown period of time, Huang Zhu, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, the 8 people around him opened their eyes at almost the same time. The aura is very familiar. It should be the Redbone Horseape from the Desolate Country. Huang Zhu said. Kiki, I didn't expect that Redbone Horseape to be the first to come. Then I'll collect interest first. I'll kill whoever comes. The Horned Dragon sneered. The mountain range was vast. The towering trees were more than 300 meters tall. They extended to the sky, covering the mountain range and extending to the horizon. Chapter 2030. Whoosh, whoosh, in the vast void, there were more than 20 figures flying through the void at high speed. These figures were Du Xiaoyao, Phantom, Blood Vine Spirit, and the others. Wait. Suddenly, Du Xiaoyao's figure stopped in midair. He waved his hand and signaled for the people behind him to stop. What's wrong? The people behind him stopped abruptly. Some people muttered softly and looked around suspiciously. However, they found nothing. There was no one, and they couldn't feel anything strange. Only Mei Ling and Blood Vine Fiend had serious expressions. The 2 of them knew Little Demon Du's methods the best. Why hide? What a coward. Looking at the space in front of him, Du Xiaoyao's handsome face looked up slightly. There was light in his golden eyes. As his voice rang out, Little Demon Du's hair trembled. A terrifying and domineering aura emanated from his thin and tall body for no reason. His hand seals condensed, and a fist wrapped in golden light directly blasted towards the space in front of him. I was just waiting for you to come. Since you've come, then die. A voice filled with killing intent rang out from the void. An extremely short but powerful stream of energy shot out from the void at the same time, directly colliding with Du Xiaoyao's fist. Boom! As the 2 collided, the void trembled, and a rumbling sound of energy exploded. A violent storm of energy swept out, causing Mei Ling's scarlet dress to flutter and her hair ribbon to dance. She staggered back several steps, but her alluring figure was still as charming as ever as it streaked across the void. The blood vine Doom was forced to retreat. It could not control its body. The violent energy shockwave was difficult for it to touch, and its expression suddenly changed. Its eyes turned blood red, and a powerful cold aura immediately spread out from its body. Even so, Phantom and Blood Vine Spirit were sent flying. The other disciples were in a sorry state. Pfft! Someone spat out blood and almost fell from the sky. The shock waves were not something they could touch. Thump, thump, Du Xiaoyao's figure also staggered back a step. His resplendent golden eyes sank as he said, "Dragon Clan." Someone exclaimed in surprise in the void. "This redbone horseape is quite strong." At the same time, a voice rang out from the sky. Then, the space rippled, as if a crack had been torn open in the sky. 9 figures appeared at the same time, surrounding Du Xiaoyao, Mei Ling, the Bloodvine Demon, and the others. When the 9 figures appeared, 9 monstrous auras spread out. Du Xiaoyao's gaze immediately scanned the surroundings. His face instantly became extremely solemn. The 9 auras were not concealed at all. They were 9 half-saints. When Du Xiaoyao's gaze finally landed on Huang Zhu, his expression immediately became gloomy. He roughly understood everything and said, "Old man, it's you." "That's right, it's me." Huang Zhu's expression was calm. His eyes fell on Du Xiaoyao. Other than the Phantom and Bloodvine Spirit, he did not look at anyone else. Legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal. 9 half-saints. It seems like they came prepared. Du Xiaoyao sneered. It was not the first time he had come into contact with school of vertical and horizontal and dragons. He recognized their auras. Legalism, dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, and 9 other half-saints. Such a lineup was not small. They had definitely come prepared. 9 half-saints. When these words landed in the ears of Phantom, Bloodvine Spirit, and the people behind them, they all gasped. Mo Fei sucked in a breath of cold air, and his divine soul could not help but tremble. No matter what, the desolate country is destined to be destroyed. Let's start with you. The horned dragon sneered and stared at Du Xiaoyao. He was the one who had attacked earlier, but he did not have the upper hand. At the moment, his expression did not look good. "You're not weak. However, if the 9 of you want to touch the desolate country, I'm afraid it's far from enough." Du Xiaoyao said. He looked relaxed, but his heart was heavy. If he was alone, it was unknown whether these 9 people could really kill him. However, there were still many people present. The Phantom, Bloodvine Spirit, and the others did not have the strength to contend with these half-saints. This made Du Xiaoyao worried. Do you really think a small desolate country can be so presumptuous in this world? The horned dragon stared at Du Xiaoyao and said in a cold tone. Du Xiaoyao suddenly raised her head and looked at the void beside her. A faint smile appeared on her face. Only then did she look at the horned dragon again. She slowed down and said indifferently, "I can't be bothered to interfere with the big worm of the dragon clan. Naturally, someone will take care of you." "What do you mean?" The horned dragon stared at Du Xiaoyao and asked in surprise. "What he means is that he wants me to take care of you. The dragons these days are really not making any progress." A childish voice suddenly rang out from the side of the sky. At the same time, the Crown Prince, the Horned Dragon, the Scorpio Earth Spider, and the others all looked in the direction of the voice. Whoosh, there was the sound of wind breaking. A golden light flickered in the empty space, and a petite figure appeared in the air. The newcomer was a little girl about 10 years old. She wore a red dress with starry patterns flashing on it. Her blue-black hair was tied up in a ponytail behind her small head. However, on her pink and chubby face, there was a golden brilliance in the depths of her eyes. In particular, there was a vertical rune mark between her eyebrows, which added a bit of evilness to her noble temperament. The appearance of such a small figure carried a terrifying supreme aura for no reason. The horned dragon, the Scorpio earth spider, and the others immediately raised their heads and looked carefully. Little Xingxing. When they saw the small figure, the phantom, the blood vine, and the other serious expressions immediately revealed a trace of joy. Who else could it be but little Xingxing? The newcomer was little Xingxing. The instant the horned dragon and Du Xiaoyao clashed, she sensed the auras of Du Xiaoyao and the dragons. She immediately rushed over. When she saw the 9 figures floating in front of her, her chubby face immediately darkened. Where did this little girl come from? Don't you want to go home and drink milk? Do you want to die? The horned dragon's eyes twitched as he looked at little Xingxing. Such a little girl actually dared to speak so arrogantly. She actually didn't put him and the dragons in her eyes. This little girl is that mutated dragon. Huang Zhu looked at little Xingxing and said to the horned dragon. He had seen little Xingxing outside of legalism. Little Xingxing looked at Huang Zhu with a meaningful gaze and said in a deep voice, "Old thing, it's your legalism again. How hateful. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are really helping me. I didn't expect another one to come. That saves me a lot of effort." The horned dragon immediately laughed loudly. Other than Du Xiaofu, there were 3 other dragons in the desolate country that he had to kill. 2 of them had come at once, and it was the mutated dragon that the dragons wanted to kill. How could he not be happy? Chapter 2031. It's mixed dragons like you again. Looks like I'll have to personally make a trip to the Heavenly Devil battlefield to teach the dragons a lesson. Otherwise, the dragons will be destroyed in the hands of mixed dragons like you. Little Xingxing glanced indifferently at the horned dragon. Calling him a mixed dragon, he did not seem to care about the horned dragon at all. Huang Zhu, Tian Xie, and the rest were secretly surprised and moved when they saw that the small dragon was actually so arrogant to not care about the horned dragon. As far as the red-bone horse monkey and the little dragon were concerned, the people from the desolate country were each more arrogant than the other. Facing the 9 of them, the red-bone horse monkey and the little dragon did not show any signs of panic or fear. Just based on this point alone, no one in the younger generation could compare with them. Even some of the older generation could not compare with them. This caused them to be secretly moved. The horned dragon gritted his teeth. He was indeed not a pure descendant of a true dragon. It was not easy for him to be able to cultivate to his current level. It was also a taboo for someone to mention the word mixed dragon in front of him. Now that the small dragon called him a mixed dragon and did not care about him, it was unbearable for him. His face became ferocious and his aura surged, shaking and distorting the empty space. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he stared at little Xingxing and said in a sinister voice, "Small dragon, you're seeking death." Swoosh swoosh, the sound of rushing wind resounded. As the horned dragon's words fell, he seemed to have sensed something. His gaze looked in the direction where little Xingxing had come from. At the same time, Huang Zhu and the rest also raised their heads. Do the dragons think that they can be revered in this world after coming from the Qilin? The celestial voice was faint and a purple light shone brightly in the empty space. A dazzling purple brilliance spread out and a graceful figure appeared. Her skin was as smooth as cream and the eyes on her beautiful face were like 2 purple moons. Her purple clothes fluttered in the air and the purple flames were faintly discernible. Her figure was curvaceous and seductive. Her charm and temperament were all gathered in one body. It was enough to make any woman envious and all men in the world absent-minded. When the woman appeared, her purple eyes glanced around. Her eyes darkened and she finally looked at the horned dragon. Her lovely voice was like the sound of nature and was accompanied by a sharpness. She said, "Little Xingxing is right. You are indeed a mixed dragon. Purple flame demonic phoenix of the Phoenix clan. The horned dragon's eyes twitched when he sensed the purple-clothed lady's aura. He said with a gloomy expression, "The younger generation of the Phoenix clan really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, it's not enough. There's still us." Quite a number of such words echoed in the air, and a large amount of sounds of wind being sliced could be heard behind the woman in purple. A beast shadow mount galloped over, but in this oppressive atmosphere, it trembled, not daring to roar. An ancient carriage flew across the sky. Several graceful figures and several valiant men flew across the void and landed beside the purple-robed woman. None of those beautiful figures were inferior to the purple-clothed woman. The two valiant men at the front were also extraordinary. There were also several beautiful women and elderly figures who landed together. Their auras were extremely powerful, freezing the void. The Phoenix clan, school of Yin-Yang, among Huang Zhu's group of 9, some people's expressions changed inwardly. They recognized the auras of the newcomers. Although the arrival of the school of Yin-Yang and the Phoenix clan didn't have cultivators at the same level as them, they still felt somewhat obstructive. At this moment, this group of people was precisely Zi Xian, Qi Yeshi, Huang Linger, Huang Wu, Feng Han, Feng Chu, Qi Jiajun, as well as the experts of the school of Yin-Yang and the Phoenix clan. "Big Sister Xingxing, is this old guy a mixed dragon?" A 4 or 5-year-old little girl walked out. Her eyes were suffused with green radiance. Her voice was young and tender. She was curiously sizing up the horned dragon. Her expression was as if she was looking at a rare creature. However, the little girl's gaze had undoubtedly caused the horned dragon's already dark and gloomy face to become even uglier to the extreme. Today, everyone kept calling him a mixed dragon. At this moment, even a little girl didn't put him in her eyes. How could the horned dragon, a dignified half-saint expert of the dragons, endure this? "Girl, step back." Zi Xian's pearly white teeth opened slightly. Intentionally or unintentionally, she blocked the little girl behind her. Her attitude was clear. She didn't retreat. However, the auras of the 9 people in front of her made Zi Xian very clear in her heart. If they were to fight, they would definitely not be a match for them even if they used all their strength. At this moment, the auras of the 9 figures in front of them caused Huang Linger, Qi Yeshi, and some of the elders and experts of the school of Yin-Yang and the Phoenix clan to secretly change their expressions. Their expressions turned grave. Qi La, Qi Yeshi and Huang Linger's slender hands quietly rippled with light, as if something had been crushed. "This matter has nothing to do with the Phoenix clan or the school of Yin-Yang. Must you juniors interfere?" Huang Zhu spoke. He looked at Huang Linger, Qi Yeshi, the Phoenix clan, and the elders and experts of the school of Yin-Yang. Although the cultivation of these people wasn't weak, there was no doubt that they wouldn't have much of an impact on the 9 of them. However, Huang Zhu couldn't help but be wary of the Phoenix clan and the school of Yin-Yang behind these juniors. The half-saints of the school of Vertical and Horizontal, the school of Famers, the Fire Demon Lion clan, the Demon Vulture clan, and the Sky Serpent clan each had similar thoughts as Huang Zhu. Naturally, they didn't care too much about these juniors in front of them. What they were really wary of were the Phoenix clan and the school of Yin-Yang behind these juniors. This was especially true for the Demon Vulture clan, the Sky Serpent clan, the Fire Demon Lion clan, and the Scorpio Earth Spiders. At this point, they had the dragons, the school of Vertical and Horizontal, the Legalism clan, and the school of Famers. They had no choice but to join forces to kill the desolate country in the cradle at the risk of offending the golden-winged Great Ping clan. However, they didn't want to offend the Phoenix clan and the school of Yin-Yang. The Phoenix clan and the desolate country advance and retreat together. If you want to attack the desolate country today, then the Phoenix clan won't be able to stay out of it. This was Huang Linger's attitude. Under her red patterned pleated skirt, the hem of her skirt only covered her knees, revealing a touch of white skin in front of her body, outlining the curve of her graceful figure. Her temperament was pure and ethereal. Her words were enough to represent the attitude of the entire Phoenix clan. The school of Yin Yang and the desolate country advance and retreat together. Qi Yeshi said. This was the school of Yin Yang's attitude. After listening to Qi Yeshi and Huang Ling's words, although it was as he had expected, a trace of unhappiness and gloominess surfaced in Huang Zhu's calm eyes. The Phoenix clan and the school of Yin Yang wanted to interfere. This was not the result he wanted. The situation may change if we delay. I'm afraid that the Phoenix clan and the school of Yin Yang have already informed the people behind them. We must quickly finish off the red-bone horse monkey and the variant dragon. The silver-haired woman from the school of vertical and horizontal transmitted her voice to the ears of Huang Zhu and the others. She knew that the Phoenix clan and the school of Yin Yang also had sage-to-be cultivators in the heavenly devil battlefield. Once they rushed here, it would undoubtedly be difficult to deal with the red-bone horse monkey and the variant dragon. They had to quickly finish them off. Chapter 2032. It's fine if we don't kill the members of the Yin Yang school and the Phoenix clan. Let's kill the red-bone horse monkey and the variant dragon first. The old man from the famous school transmitted his voice. As long as they didn't kill the members of the Phoenix clan and the Yin Yang school, they wouldn't be able to say anything even if the half-saints from the Phoenix clan and the Yin Yang school arrived. All right. Everyone nodded. In an instant, 9 auras surged at the same time, causing the void to tremble. 9 terrifying auras soared into the sky and solidified the void. Merely 9 auras were enough to cause the cultivators present who weren't strong enough to go limp and almost fall from the sky. After all, these were 9 genuine saint-level cultivators. Although the saint stage was at the top of the pyramid in the current world. However, a half-saint was definitely one of the pinnacle existences in the world. Be careful. When the 9 auras soared into the sky, Du Xiaoyao said to Phantom and the others behind her. Golden light surged in her eyes as a monstrous energy erupted like a storm at the beginning of the chaos. Boom! At almost the same time, a boundless energy accompanied by a supreme pressure swept out from little Xingxing's petite body in an extremely uncoordinated manner. A peculiar golden flame seeped out of the void. It was so hot that it caused a white mist to appear in the void. The blazing aura caused the souls of living beings to tremble even from afar. Boom! 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 Zi Xian, Huang Ling, Qi Shi, Feng Han, Feng Chu, Feng Wu, and the others' auras surged at the same time. At this point, they could only resist with all their might. Who dares to touch the Phoenix clan? Who dares to touch the disciples of the Yin Yang school? At this critical moment, 2 voices resounded in the void. Then, 2 figures appeared in the void and descended. They instantly appeared before Huang Ling, Qi Shi, and the others with lightning-like speed and pitch-black spatial rifts rippled along the way. Horn Dragon, Huang Zhu, Serpent Dragon, Ho Lion, Dove Eagle, Scorpion, and Ground Spider. So it's you guys. You're quite bold to want to touch the Phoenix clan. An old man in red robes stared at the Horn Dragon, Huang Zhu, the Heaven Serpent clan, the Fire Demon Lion clan, and the Demon Vulture clan. It was impossible to tell how old he was. His hair was red like fire, and he was extremely eye-catching. His voice was extremely hoarse, and when he spoke, a terrifying, scorching aura quietly filled the air. Fong Fen Fong. Fen's Faz of the Serpent School, Ho Lion, Dove Eagle, Scorpion, and Ground, and the others, Ground. They all recognized the old man. He was Fong Fen Fong, a terrifying figure of the Phoenix clan. He was an existence on par with them, but he was infamous for his ferocity and terrifying strength. Beside the red-clothed old man was an old man who seemed to be over 50 years old. The starlight around him was like a river of stars falling from the sky. His eyes were like the brightest stars on his face. They were deep and sharp. He looked at the silver-haired old woman from the school of vertical and horizontal and the old man from the school of famous and said, Gong Sun Yueying, Gong Sun Chichang, are the school of vertical and horizontal and the school of famous officially declaring war on the school of Yin Yang. 7 stars. The expressions of the silver-haired old woman and the old man from the school of vertical and horizontal and the old man from the school of famous similarly turned ugly when they saw the old man. Huang Zhu, Horned Dragon, Gong Sun Yueying, Gong Sun Chichang, Ho Lion, and the others all had surging auras, but at this moment, their gazes were twitching inwardly. The thing they were most worried about had happened. They didn't expect the 2 old fellows from the Phoenix clan and the school of Yin Yang in the Heavenly Devil battlefield to arrive so quickly. Greetings, Ancestor Fan Feng. Greetings, Elder Xing Chen. When the 2 old men appeared in front of them, Huang Ling, Feng Han, Qi Yi Shi, and the other experts and disciples from the school of Yin Yang and the Phoenix clan immediately showed joy on their faces. They bowed excitedly. Stand back. Fan Feng and 7 stars seemed to have demonic auras as they waved their sleeves at Huang Ling, Qi Yi Shi, and the others behind them. Their auras had already invisibly distorted the space around them, causing Huang Ling, Qi Yi Shi, and the others to step back. Fan Feng and 7 stars knew very well that a battle at the half-saint level wasn't something Huang Ling, and the others could interfere with. These juniors couldn't afford any losses. Humph, it's just a few old things. What can they do to me? Little Xingxing's young voice was deep, and he didn't give Fan Feng any face at all. However, with the arrival of Fan Feng and 7 stars, the originally serious expression in the depths of his eyes relaxed quite a bit. Little Xingxing didn't retreat at all. He stood together with Fan Feng, and in a one-on-one fight, he didn't fear any of the 9 half-saints. Faced with little Xingxing standing together, Fan Feng's old face could only be filled with helplessness. He didn't feel that anything was wrong, and even forced out a few strands of a smile. Fan Feng knew this little guy's identity and how abnormal he was. In the entire Phoenix clan, not making him bow was already giving him enough face. We're dealing with the people of the desolate country. It has nothing to do with the Phoenix clan or the school of Yin Yang. Why should we get involved in this mess? Looking at Fan Feng and 7 stars, Horned Dragon's face twitched inwardly. He said in a deep voice, even if you interfere, it's probably useless. If we really want to fight, I'm afraid the juniors of the Phoenix clan and the school of Yin Yang will be affected. One of the threats in Horned Dragon's words was self-evident. There were 9 of them, while Fan Feng and 7 stars only had 2 people. They couldn't stop anything at all. If Fan Feng and 7 stars really wanted to help the desolate country, it would undoubtedly be tantamount to shedding all pretense of cordiality. At that time, if they attacked the extraordinary juniors of the Phoenix clan and the school of Yin Yang, Fan Feng and 7 stars wouldn't be able to protect everyone. Why should they sacrifice their own juniors for a desolate country? How could Fan Feng and 7 stars not hear Horned Dragon's threat? However, they really did have some misgivings. The 9 of you are already so old. You've cultivated for so many years, yet you want to work together to attack a few juniors. You're even acting so righteous. How shameless. If the ancestors of the dragons, legalism, school of famous scholars, and school of vertical and horizontal were still alive in this world, they probably wouldn't be able to face anyone anymore. Fan Feng's face darkened. He glanced at little Xingxing beside him, then swept his gaze past Horned Dragon, Huang Zhu, and the rest of the 9. His blazing aura rippled as he said, if you really don't care about face and attack the juniors in the desolate country, then I swear that I'll slaughter every single one of your clan's juniors. Count me in. Since you're so shameless, then I'll kill every single one of your clan's juniors on sight from today onwards. 7 stars' gaze swept past little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao without leaving a trace. He stared at Horned Dragon, Gong Sun Yueying, and the others with his starry eyes. He didn't hide the chilliness in his eyes. Chapter 2033. Facing Horned Dragon's threat, Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingqian were clearly not to be trifled with. If you dare touch my clan's juniors, then I'll kill all of your clan's juniors. No one will benefit from it. Faced with Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingqian's determination, Horned Dragon, Huang Zhu, Shi Wu, and the others knew very well that no matter how many people died in a battle between the same generation, each clan could only accept their fate. However, if they really touched the juniors of the Phoenix clan in Yin school with their status, then the consequences would be unimaginable. When the time came, the top experts of the Yin school and Phoenix clan would slaughter their juniors in a frenzy. It would not be just empty words. Huang Zhu, Gongsun Qichang, you two stop Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingqian. The others quickly finish off the Redbone Horse Monkey and Yilong. Horned Dragon transmitted. No matter what, they had to kill the Redbone Horse Monkey and Yilong today. They had gathered here to wait, so they could not let go of such an excellent opportunity so easily. Even if Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingqian came, they would not be able to stop them. The Redbone Horse Monkey and Yilong were not simple, but now that it was 9 against 4, they had an absolute advantage. Moreover, Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingqian only needed to be delayed. The ones they really wanted to kill were the Redbone Horse Monkey and Yilong. Their auras surged, and the gazes of the 9 people changed. They stared at Feng Fenchen, Qi Xingqian, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others. They had to quickly take action and finish off 2 of the 3 people they needed to take care of, other than Du Xiaofu. Feeling the auras of Huang Zhu, Gongsun Qichang, and the others, Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingqian's expressions darkened. Their auras also surged out in an instant. Dazzling runes and surging auras quietly froze the void. Do it. Horned Dragon could no longer hold back. His dragon's might spread, and there was a faint dragon's roar. He wanted to personally finish off Little Xingxing. Another expert is coming. However, all of a sudden, Huang Zhu's expression changed. A complicated expression appeared on his aged face. He could sense that an expert was approaching. The other party was very strong, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape his detection. He wouldn't have only noticed them when they arrived. At the same time, Horned Dragon and the others felt the powerful aura. Their expressions changed. They raised their heads and vigilantly looked into the distance. Boom! The blue dome of heaven trembled, and a vast wave of energy swept through the world, shaking the earth. In an instant, the sky was covered with golden symbols, illuminating all directions. It was as if a deity was descending. Ants, SSSS, the others, and the others. Their souls, twos. In the short, a staggering figure appeared. Was. Fenchen's like Yuyu's with God's with S uses hers you. When such a staggering figure appeared, the expressions of many of the experts present instantly changed. This. Relaxed, SSSSSS, there's the great golden winged rocks. Everyone's expression changed, ripples appearing in their eyes. The great golden winged rocks' domineering aura was not hidden. Everyone could feel it. The staggering figure was the old lady of the great golden winged rocks. She was Du Xiaofu's grandmother. Great-grandmother. At the same time that Little Xingxing spoke, his little body rushed to her side intimately and happily. She had seen this great-grandmother before and knew how powerful she was. Greetings, Senior. Du Xiaoyao bowed. Greetings, Senior. Zi Xian, Qi Yeshi, and Huang Ling knew the old lady's identity. Their beautiful faces lit up. Greetings, Senior. The old experts from the school of Yin Yang and the Phoenix clan bowed respectfully. Even Qi Yingchen and Feng Fenchen were bowing. No need for formalities, everyone. The old lady nodded at Qi Yingchen and Feng Fenchen. Although the great golden-winged rocks had not been born, it did not mean that the outside world did not know about them. The school of Yin Yang and the Phoenix clan seemed to be very close to her grandson's desolate nation. She had also heard that her grandson seemed to have many female friends. She glanced at Zi Xian, Qi Yeshi, and the others. Then, the old lady stroked little Xingxing's hair. Her gaze swept across Huang Zhu, Horned Dragon, Gong Sun Yueying, Gong Sun Qichang, and the others. She asked, "Little Xingxing, is someone bullying you?" The old lady had entered the heavenly devil battlefield. She had already met the great elder and the others. She knew about the situation inside and knew about her grandson's situation. Hence, she was searching everywhere. The powerful auras just now, mixed with the auras of the dragons, the old enemies of the clan, had alarmed the old lady who was searching everywhere for her grandson. She thought that her grandson was in danger, but she did not expect little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao to be waiting. Looking at the scene, the old lady already knew what had happened. The dragons, legalism, famed scholars, and school of vertical and horizontal were attacking the desolate nation. Great-grandmother, these old things want to kill me. Little Xingxing seemed to have found a backer at this moment. He stared at Horned Dragon, Huang Zhu, and the others with some grievance and said to the old lady. The corner of her mouth twitched, and with some arrogance, she disdainfully glanced at Horned Dragon and the others. She said, "But they're not strong enough." "All right, great-grandmother will make the decision for you." The old lady did not say anything else. Everything was as she had expected. The dragons and the others were indeed attacking the desolate nation. Golden runes suddenly surged out of her pale golden clothes. The energy of heaven and earth in all directions suddenly fluctuated violently. "How dare you attack my great-grandson? Are you courting death?" Her voice instantly became domineering and sharp. An incomparably sharp aura suddenly swept out from the old lady's tottering body. Her seemingly old and powerless hand swung forward, and a patch of resplendent golden runes that were as dazzling as golden lightning condensed into a huge golden wing. It covered the entire sky and swept down. The huge golden wing swept out, causing huge waves to appear in the void. A large patch of void crack spread out, filling the sky and swallowing everything. Horned Dragon, Huang Zhu, and the others were shocked. The huge golden rune wing swept towards the 9 of them at the same time. The old lady was attacking the 9 of them at the same time. How domineering and sharp was that? Attack! A shout rang out, and in an instant, the 9 experts attacked together. 9 streaks of energy condensed into various attacks. Sword chi condensed, and it was incomparably terrifying as it cut through the sky. Blade radiance cut through the void, and it was filled with terrifying killing intent. Palm prints accompanied by divine light caused the void to explode. A dragon-shaped phantom swept out from the void, and the dragon roared like thunder, "Attack!" Almost at the same time, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Feng Fenchen, and Qi Xingchen did not hesitate and attacked together with the old lady. Mysterious golden flames swept across the sky. The chaotic aura was like the beginning of the world. The true phoenix fire covered the entire sky. A river of stars fell. Such power shook the heavens and the earth, causing the entire sky to shake as if the universe had been turned upside down. The living beings in all directions trembled, and their souls were about to be crushed. The 9 attacks led by Horned Dragon and Huang Zhu collided with the 5 attacks led by the old lady. Such power swept out, and the entire world instantly collapsed. Bang, 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 the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Gravel shot out from the ground, and everything in sight was reduced to ruins, razed to the ground. Chapter 2034. The terrifying shockwaves made Qi Yeshi, Huang Ling, Zishuan, and the others retreat. They blocked the shockwaves and protected the disciples of the Yin Yang family, the desolate country, and the Phoenix clan who were not strong enough. In the air, over a dozen figures were pushed back at the same time. Horned Dragon, Huang Zhu, and the others were pushed back, their expressions grave. The 9 of them resisted the 5 of them, but they did not gain any advantage. In particular, the old lady of the golden-winged Great Peng clan was probably close to the true saint stage, which made them secretly fearful. Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingqian were pushed back as well, but they stared at Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing in surprise. They could understand why the old lady of the golden-winged Great Peng clan had not been pushed back. The old lady's origins were not ordinary. She was probably only a hair's breadth away from the true saint stage. However, Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing had only swayed slightly from the impact just now. The strength of an expert could be seen as soon as they attacked. They were even more shocked. Could it be that Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing's strength had already surpassed theirs? Du Xiaoyao's golden robes fluttered. Her golden eyes were like the sun, and her aura surged. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something, and his gaze trembled inwardly. He raised his head slightly and looked into the depths of the sky. Then, joy appeared on his handsome face, and an undisguised smile appeared on his face. Swish, swish, there was a vast group of people in the air. It was Du Xiaofu, Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, the experts and disciples of the desolate country, the School of Agriculture, and the Mo family. Du Xiaofu released his consciousness as he headed towards the Tomb of Eternity. He searched for auras along the way to see if he could meet anyone from the desolate country. At this moment, there were already half-saints entering the heavenly devil battlefield. Du Xiaofu was very nervous, afraid that something would happen to the others from the desolate country. As he searched, Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched at a certain moment. He sensed a familiar aura. It was an aura that came from the connection of the soul. It was far beyond the range of the origin spirit. I'll go first. You guys follow me. As the sound of his voice faded, Du Xiaofu sped up. Golden light erupted from his back as the golden wings of the great rock stretched out, slicing through the void and instantly vanishing from sight. Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, and the others raised their eyes and quickly chased after him. However, with their speed, other than Jiangchen, the others were much slower. The ground was cracked and ravines were everywhere. It was a complete mess. At some point in time, many living beings were attracted to watch from afar. However, none of the surrounding creatures dared to approach. Waves of terrifying auras filled the heavens, and the light was dazzling. It was as if deities had gathered, making their souls tremble. Around the void, those who were not strong enough, including Zi Xian, Huang Linger, and the others, had all retreated. Originally, Horned Dragon, Huang Zhu, and the others had surrounded Du Xiaoyao and Phantom. Now, it had become the old lady, little Xingxing, Feng Fenchen, Qi Xingqian, Du Xiaoyao, Wu Ren, Horned Dragon, Huang Zhu, and the others. Huang Zhu, Horned Dragon, and the others had ugly expressions. They did not delay and only said a few words. They did not expect Qi Xingqian, Feng Fenchen, and the old lady of the golden-winged Great Peng clan to arrive so quickly. Although they still held the advantage in terms of numbers, it was clear that they did not have much of a chance of killing the red-bone horse monkey and the little mutated dragon. The old lady from the golden-winged Great Peng bird clan was extraordinarily strong. With your age and years of cultivation, you actually dare to attack a few juniors. How shameless. The old lady spoke. The aura on her body was incomparably domineering and sharp. Her voice shook one's soul, and her eyes were resplendent with golden light. She was no longer the old woman who seemed to be staggering. There's nothing to say. Today, the red-bone horse monkey and the little dragon will die. No one can stop them. Horned Dragon was awe-inspiring. The arrow on the bow had to be shot. Although the old lady, Feng Fenchen, and Qi Xingqian had arrived, the 9 of them still had a chance. After all, they only wanted to kill the red-bone horse monkey and the little dragon. With just you guys? Is it enough? The old lady spoke. Her gaze was sharp and intimidating, and golden light surged in all directions. Swish, swish, Du Xiaofu's golden peng wings flapped and cut through the void. Mai Hun felt the aura on Du Xiaoyao's body. When his mind spied on little Xingxing, the old lady of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, Zi Xian, Qi Yeshi, and the other familiar auras, his heart immediately tightened. There were also the familiar and powerful auras of the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, the heavenly serpent clan, the fire-red demon lion clan, the demon vulture clan, and other familiar auras. This made Du Xiaofu's heart extremely heavy. When his figure appeared in mid-air and his mind spied, Du Xiaofu heard this sentence. It came from the mouth of the horned dragon, and it sounded like a dragon's roar. Attack together. Everyone, don't hide. Use all your strength to kill the red-bone horse monkey and the little dragon. How dare you? Before the horned dragon's voice could finish, a thunderous voice came from the depths of the void. At the same time, the dazzling golden light in the sky rose like a sun, covering half of the sky. The entire void trembled in an instant. Everyone looked up and felt a powerful aura. This familiar voice and aura came. The eyes of the old lady, little Xingxing, Qi Yeshi, Zi Xian, Phantom, Blood Vine Spirit, and the others trembled. A figure appeared in the void, standing tall and straight. His face was resolute and resolute. His purple robe fluttered, and his black hair reached his shoulders. Behind him, a pair of golden rock wings emitted endless golden light, carrying the domineering will and supreme beast might of the golden-winged rock clan. Just this aura alone made the beast souls of all the beasts present tremble. Even the experts of the Phoenix clan were no exception. Greetings, President. Greetings, Rock Emperor. When that familiar figure descended, Phantom, Blood Vine Spirit, and the others trembled. They knelt on one knee in the void and were extremely excited. That's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. He's here. Many of the creatures watching from afar spoke, and their bodies trembled for no reason. A good show was about to begin. Father. A tender voice sounded, and little Xingxing's eyes rippled with joy. His blue-black hair was tied into a ponytail behind his head, and there was a vertical rune mark between his eyebrows, making him look noble and evil. He rushed to Du Xiaofu's side with a smile, looking harmless to humans and animals. Du Xiaoyao looked at Du Xiaofu with a calm gaze, but the last trace of seriousness in the depths of his eyes quietly disappeared. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2035. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Is that him? In the 7 stars, Feng Fenchen's gaze was also fixed on Du Xiaofu, carefully sizing him up. They had long heard of such a young man, but today was the first time they had seen him. Their gazes secretly fluctuated. Was it such a young man who had caused such a huge commotion in the world? He had even attracted the dragons, legalism, and 9 other half-saints to join forces and ambush him. The horned dragon, Gongsun Yueying, Gongsun Qichang, and the others also suddenly fixed their gazes on Du Xiaofu, their eyes emitting a cold light. The horned dragon, Gongsun Yueying, Gongsun Qichang, and the others had never personally seen the young man who had long since become a hot topic. However, such a junior had caused their clan to suffer heavy losses, shaking the fate and foundation of their entire clan. One could imagine the hatred in their hearts. Huang Zhu's eyes also fluctuated on his face. From that tall and straight body, he felt an aura that was much more powerful than before. In such a short period of time, this young man had once again made such a huge leap. It was too frightening. Little Xingxing, are you all right? Du Xiaofu gently patted the excited little Xingxing beside him. His gaze swept past the horned dragon, scorpion, ground spider, Gongsun Yueying, and the others, and finally fixed his gaze on Huang Zhu. His expression completely sank. There was no need to say more about the general situation. Du Xiaofu already had an idea. 9 half-saint auras, 9 half-saint experts. They were definitely not ambushing the Phoenix clan and the Yin family, so the ones ambushing them were definitely Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the others. They were attacking at lightning speed. This was targeted at the desolate nation, and they wanted to uproot the desolate nation. Father, we're fine. These old things can't do anything to us. Little Xingxing said happily. Good, that's good. Du Xiaofu nodded. Only then did he look at Zishuan, Qi Yeshi, and the others in the distance. He then said to the old lady from afar, Grandmother, I'll come and pay my respects in a while. All right, but Grandma's old bones can still be moved. The old lady said with a smile, looking kind and amiable. That overbearing and sharp gaze and aura quietly disappeared. Huh, little friend Du is also here. Then let's attack together and see what they can do. Feng Fenshen laughed and did not put on any airs. He even took the initiative to greet Du Xiaofu. Then let's fight. Qi Xingchen said in a clear and bright voice. The main characters had finally arrived. With the addition of the Demon King Du Xiaofu, the chances of Gongsun Yueying and the others winning were undoubtedly very slim. Du Xiaofu scanned the surroundings. His gaze swept past Huang Zhu, Horned Dragon, and the others. In the end, he said to the old lady, Qi Xingchen, and Feng Fenshen, thank you, grandmother and seniors. However, today's matter arose because of my desolate country, so it's better for my desolate country to deal with it personally, lest others think that my desolate country is bullying others. When Du Xiaofu said those words, everyone present was stunned. In an instant, all of their expressions changed as they looked at each other. Huang Zhu, Horned Dragon, and the others originally did not know whether to be happy or worried because of Du Xiaofu's arrival. They were happy that the main characters had been stopped by them, but they were worried because the old lady of the golden-winged Great Ping clan, Qi Xingchen, and Feng Fenshen were present. If they wanted to deal with the Demon King Du Xiaofu, the Red-Bone Horse Monkey, and the dragon at the same time, it would undoubtedly be even more difficult. However, when they heard Du Xiaofu say those words, as if he had declined the help of the old lady and Qi Xingchen, they found it hard to believe. They could not understand the reason. Let alone Huang Zhu and the others, even the old lady, Qi Xingchen, Feng Fenshen, Huang Ling, Zi Xian, and Qi Yeshi could not understand at all. Their gazes were even more surprised than Huang Zhu and the others. What is that guy trying to do? Feng Wu, Feng Chu, Feng Han, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Those were 9 semi-sage experts. Could it be that this guy wanted to deal with 9 semi-sage experts by himself? Even a sage expert wouldn't dare to be so careless. This, Feng Fenshen and Qi Xingchen could not help but lower their heads at this moment and secretly exchange glances. Could it be that he wanted to deal with 9 half-saint experts at the same time? That was too arrogant. Father, amidst everyone's shock, another young voice sounded. The little girl who looked to be 3 or 4 years old shouted excitedly after sizing up Du Xiaofu. She was about to rush forward. Girl, step back. Don't disturb your father. Zi Xian pulled the little girl back. Her purple eyes were slightly serious. All right. The little girl had a helpless expression, but then she said to Du Xiaofu from afar, Father, you can do it. Those 9 old things are not good people. They want to bully Sister Xingxing. Father, teach them a lesson. Du Xiaofu was stunned and looked at the little girl from afar. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes were a little surprised. The little guy's body was filled with a familiar aura. It was a combination of the aura of the Phoenix clan and the divine soul-devouring ant. Could it be? Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. Could it be that the little guy had successfully transformed? Child, the old lady spoke, and her eyes were deep in thought. Those were 9 half-saint experts. She was very worried. Grandmother, I know what I'm doing. Du Xiaofu came back to his senses and interrupted the old lady. He knew that the old lady was worried. 9 half-saint experts were indeed terrifying existences. I'll just have to trouble grandmother and seniors to stand guard for me. When the time comes, don't let anyone escape. Du Xiaofu continued to speak to the old lady, Qi Xingqian, and Feng Fenchen. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. All right, grandmother will watch for you. The old lady smiled. She knew her grandson's character and did not say anything else. All right, no problem. Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingqian nodded. Although they were puzzled, seeing the old lady of the golden-winged great rocks nod, they didn't say anything else. Father, I'm also from the desolate nation. Little Xingxing raised his little head. Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled. Of course. Do you need my help? I still owe you a favor. A faint purple figure had appeared in the sky at some point. His chiseled, cold, handsome face had a pair of deep, jet-black eyes. They were like black holes, like an ancient well without ripples, calm and collected. However, it was this calm and collected aura that caused Huang Zhu, Feng Fenchen, and Qi Xingqian's expressions to change drastically. That aura made it difficult for them to detect. You're here too. Little Xingxing looked up. He wasn't polite in the slightest. I just arrived. Jiangchen said to little Xingxing. Although his expression didn't change, he was already being very polite. Do you want to join the desolate nation? If you do, I'll give you a chance. What do you think? Du Xiaofu smiled at Jiangchen. He didn't refuse Jiangchen's help, but if it was in exchange for a favor, then forget it. Chapter 2036. Just as Qi Xingqian, Feng Fenchen, and the others had expected, Du Xiaofu didn't plan to fight 1 against 9, but after sensing the auras of little Xingxing in Du Xiaoyao, he decided to fight 3 against 9. It wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that the dragons and the school of vertical and horizontal had repeatedly attacked the desolate country because they didn't have any true experts. Even if they knew about the relationship between the desolate country and the golden-winged rock clan, as well as the school of Yin Yang, the school of agriculture, and the school of Moism, they didn't have too many misgivings. At the end of the day, one's own strength was true strength. Any protection was only temporary. At this moment, Du Xiaofu wanted to intimidate the 9 half-sages in one go, thoroughly intimidate them. The desolate country needed to truly intimidate the world. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the desolate country to truly gain a foothold in the world. Then take your time. When he heard Du Xiaofu's words, Jiangchen no longer paid any attention to Du Xiaofu. He assumed a posture of watching the show. What a pity. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly, then glanced sideways at Huang Zhujiao and the others. His expression instantly darkened. Before coming to the Tomb of Eternity, Du Xiaofu had already guessed that the half-saints of the legalism, the school of famous, and the school of vertical and horizontal would be near the Tomb of Eternity. Originally, Du Xiaofu had planned to take advantage of the fact that the Sage Realm experts hadn't yet entered to find an opportunity to deal with these half-saints. Otherwise, once the Sage Realm experts entered or the ancient ancestors of the 9 great families emerged from the Tomb of Eternity, he wouldn't have another chance. He'd be in big trouble. However, Du Xiaofu hadn't expected that the dragons would have a half-saint. They'd even formed an alliance with the school of legalism and the other 9 half-saints. 9 half-saints was already a terrifying force. Du Xiaoyao, little Xingxing, how many can you deal with? Du Xiaofu asked Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing as he swept his gaze over Huang Zhujiao, Horned Dragon, and the others. I can kill at least 2. That mixed-blood dragon, Old Snake, and... Little Xingxing's gaze swept over Horned Dragon and Silent Snake. Then I'll leave Old Snake and Mixed Blood to you. Du Xiaofu said to little Xingxing. Although he knew that little Xingxing's abnormal cultivation speed and talent had reached an extremely shocking level, Du Xiaofu did not dare to let little Xingxing take too much risk. I can kill 2. Stopping 3 is not a problem. Du Xiaoyao raised her eyes and said to Du Xiaofu. Then you can pick two. Du Xiaofu said. You. Du Xiaoyao looked at Du Xiaofu. Her golden eyes flickered. There were still 5 half-saints left. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept over the 9 figures and nodded. A chill flashed through his eyes as he said, I'll try my best. Oh my god, this guy wants to fight 5 people by himself. 5 half-saints. Could it be that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, has stepped into the saint realm? 1 against 5, 5 half-saints. This Demon King is too arrogant. Whispers could be heard from all around. Before the fight even started, some people had already sucked in spiritual energy. 1 against 5, and 5 against 5 half-saints. How arrogant was this? How confident did one have to be to dare to fight against 5 half-saints? Huang Zhujiao, Gong Sun Yueying, and the others had ugly expressions. From the moment that kid appeared until now, he was just like the red-bone horse monkey and the strange dragon. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. At this moment, that kid even wanted to fight 3 against 9 and said that none of them would be able to escape. What kind of contempt was this? Kid, you're too arrogant. The horned dragon couldn't bear it anymore. They were half-saints. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? Humph, mixed-blood dragon. Little Xingxing's figure disappeared from Du Xiaofu's side as a tender groan sounded. Boom! When little Xingxing's figure appeared again, he was already in front of the horned dragon and punched out. Although this figure was small, the little fist was covered in overbearing golden flames. It erupted with supreme power and condensed into golden flame runes that caused the void to distort. The horned dragon had a sinister expression. He had just said a few words of nonsense, and the situation had changed drastically, creating new problems. The aura of a half-sage saint surged out without holding anything back. Roar! The horned dragon met the attack with a punch. A terrifying aura condensed like a storm. Light surged, mixed with a dragon's roar, accompanied by a saint's might. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and a dull explosion resounded through the void. Dazzling runes filled the air, and golden flames poured out like lava, burning the void into nothingness. Dang dang! The horned dragon retreated in a straight line in front of many astonished gazes. So powerful! Some of the creatures watching from afar exclaimed. Their hearts trembled violently. That tiny body actually contained such terrifying strength. Old snake, it's your turn. Little Xingxing's tiny figure didn't stop at all. He turned his fist into a palm, turned around, and sent a palm strike toward Xiemo. When this palm strike was sent out, intense blazing energy accompanied by endless golden flames spread through the void. It burned the vacuum until it boiled. It was as if several volcanoes had exploded at the same time. That kind of destructive energy was enough to annihilate all living things. Even the creatures in the distance felt their hair stand on end. The speed was too fast. Xiemo couldn't dodge at all. His face was gloomy as he collided with the energy. Then leave these 2 to me. When little Xingxing attacked again, Du Xiaoyao's figure also crossed the void. Her arms trembled like 2 dragons emerging from the sea. Her left and right fists blasted toward Ho Shi and Jiao Ying. Du Xiaoyao took the initiative to attack in a 1 versus 2 situation. Her fists were wrapped in dazzling golden light. It was like an exploding sun, pushing out in all directions and suppressing everything. It was as if she wanted to burst the souls of all living things. Boom! Boom! Ho Shi and Jiao Ying erupted with all their strength without holding back. They had already sensed the strength of the red-bone horse monkey. At this moment, they used all their strength. Their auras reached the peak, accompanied by saintly might. Mysterious runes covered the runes, and the light burned like divine flames. There was no doubt that Ho Shi and Jiao Ying didn't dare to be careless when facing Du Xiaoyao. They used all their strength and pushed their combat strength to the limit. They wanted to resist Du Xiaoyao with all their strength, but they also wanted to kill Du Xiaoyao. Jiu Ying and Ho Shi didn't believe that they could be defeated in a 2 versus 1 situation. They were confident that they could deal with the red-bone horse monkey. This was the confidence of a half-saint. Come! Ho Shi shouted. Flames overflowed into the sky, accompanied by saintly might. They merged into one and erupted with terrifying fluctuations. Jiu Ying attacked. His sharp aura was intimidating. Light shone in all directions, and pitch-black cracks filled the void. The two collided at the same time. Du Xiaoyao's fists exploded with astonishing muffled sounds. Rumble. The sound waves were sonorous and deafening. Runes and energy spread out in all directions. Everything was beyond Jiu Ying's and Ho Shi's expectations. They didn't gain the slightest advantage and were directly pushed back. Du Xiaoyao's body only swayed slightly. Bang! At the same time, Shi Mo's body was also pushed back. The soles of his feet shattered the void. Astonishment and shock climbed up his face. So strong. Looking at the scene in front of them, many people opened their mouths and eyes wide. Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing both had the upper hand in a 1 versus 2 situation. This was too unbelievable. The most shocked were Qi Xingchen and Feng Fenchen. They knew the strength of Jiao Long and the other 3, which was why they were the most shocked. What kind of strength was it to have the upper hand against 2 half-saints at the same time? Du Xiaofu stood in the void. His black hair danced in the wind, and his purple robe fluttered in the wind. Golden light was released from his eyes like golden lightning. It was dazzling and intimidating. At this moment, the invisible aura on Du Xiaofu's body was domineering and fierce. The golden wings of the rock spread, and golden light soared into the sky. He carried a domineering will, like a real rock in human form. He had the same invincible and domineering spirit as before. The president will definitely take care of them. The disciples of the desolate nation were excited. From the desperate situation just now to this moment, it was a reversal of fortune. At this moment, the Demon King had descended and swept through all directions. It made them excited. The aura is very strong. It's not simple. Feeling the aura on Du Xiaofu's body, Feng Fenchen praised inwardly. His eyes were sharp, and he had found some clues. The battle in the surroundings had already begun. Huang Zhu, Gongsun Yueying, Gongsun Qichang, Mo Xie, and Earth Spider, the remaining 5, all had a great tacit understanding. It was as if Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and Jiao Long didn't exist. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared at Du Xiaofu. Their main target this time was Du Xiaofu, who was in front of them. Compared to the red-bone horse monkey in the strange dragon, he was the biggest threat. At this moment, Du Xiaofu wanted to deal with the 5 of them, which was what they were most happy to see. 5 more. Du Xiaofu looked at Huang Zhu and the other 4. His fists secretly clenched under the long sleeves of his purple robe, and he said, "The 5 of you can come at me together. You're too arrogant. Do you know who I am? Even your mother has to bow in front of me. You shouldn't be so disrespectful to your elders." Huang Zhu stared at Du Xiaofu. The expression on his face was uncertain, and there was a complicated look in his eyes. "Old thing, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to flaunt your seniority in front of me? It doesn't matter to me who you are. After today, you will no longer exist in this world." Du Xiaofu's face was gloomy, and a chill shot out. It would have been better if he didn't mention his mother, but now that he did, the chill in Du Xiaofu's heart grew even stronger. Legalism had already reached the point where he would kill anyone he saw. Du Xiaofu had already met this Huang Zhu before, and he had even fought with Elder Lei. At this moment, he had no intention of letting him go. If he could only choose one of the 5 to kill, Du Xiaofu's first choice would definitely be a legalism person. Since you have no respect for your elders, then don't blame me for being merciless. Huang Zhu's face twitched, and his gaze turned completely gloomy. Chapter 20:37. Ha 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 ha, Du Xiaofu laughed, but anyone could hear the coldness in his laughter. Old bastard, I'm afraid you're not enough. If you were alone, killing you would be as easy as stepping on a grasshopper. The laughter stopped. Du Xiaofu looked at Huang Zhu. He didn't want to talk nonsense. He raised his head slightly and spoke calmly. His eyes shone with a golden light. Then, he ignored Huang Zhu and swept his gaze over Gongsun Yueying and the other four. I'm not interested in knowing your names either. You won't be able to survive in a while. Come at me. Feng Fenxiang, Qi Xingqian, and many other experts heard Du Xiaofu's words and couldn't help but feel their eyelids twitch. This fellow was truly domineering and arrogant. After all, even if Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing had blocked 4 half-saints, they still had 5 genuine half-saints, and all of them were existences at the top of the pyramid of power in the world. Mei Ling, Bloodvine Demon, and the rest of the people from the desolate country had full confidence in Du Xiaofu. However, when compared to Du Xiaofu, they could not help but feel worried and grave. Boom! Hearing Du Xiaofu's arrogant words, Gongsun Qichang of the famous clan couldn't hold back anymore. His eyes shone with a cold light. A monstrous Xian Qi, accompanied by a gust of wind, instantly exploded like a storm. Kid, when this saint dominated the 3 continents and Kyushu, your grandfather wasn't even born yet. You're courting death. Gongsun Qichang roared and took the initiative to attack. His figure seemed to have turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning. Energy gathered and solidified in the void. Wherever he passed, the void shattered. The ground below rumbled and trembled. The earth shook and the mountains shook. He was as fast as lightning and instantly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. The old lady of the golden-winged great rocks didn't interfere. This was an excellent opportunity, and Gongsun Qichang didn't want to let it go. Even if this kid really had the ability, he wouldn't be a match for the 5 of them. Moreover, Gongsun Qichang really didn't believe that this kid, who was still wet behind the ears, would have the strength to resist him. Little bastard, you killed my people. I'll take your life. Gongsun Qichang made his move. His body shone with boundless radiance as he activated an ancient white soft armor. The image of a tornado sweeping away the clouds appeared. He had heard that this kid was no small matter, Gongsun Qichang, so he wasn't careless. Gongsun Qichang. His saint aura. Gongsun Qichang. Gongsun Qichang. Du. Gongsun Qichang. Gongsun Qichang. Was Sun Qichang. Gongsun Qichang. Sun Qichang. Gongsun Qichang Qichang. Gongsun Qichang. Was Qichang Gongsun. Gongsun Qichang's punch was wrapped in runes, which gathered into a storm. Rings of pitch-black spatial cracks spread out around him. Although it was just a punch, Gongsun Qichang had mustered all his strength. It contained several mystiques of the famed masters and merged into one. This was a killing move. He wanted to kill Du Xiaofu early on, but he was afraid that the old lady of the golden-winged great rock tribe would suddenly interfere. Therefore, he could only use all his strength and strike first to gain the upper hand. Feng Fenxian and Qi Xingqian were secretly moved by this punch. The Saint Aura techniques were indeed extraordinary. To be able to become one of the 9 great clans, the Saint Aura clan must have a deep foundation. However, Du Xiaofu was very calm. Just as the punch came at him like lightning, the golden-winged pang on his back flapped. His figure was like a ghost. In an instant, he stepped out with the carefree steps and dodged in a mysterious arc. The pitch-black spatial cracks around Gongsun Qichang's fist brushed past Du Xiaofu's hair. A few strands of black hair were instantly cut off and turned into ashes. It was a close call. Fang Jijia's footwork. Unfortunately, you can't dodge. Gongsun Chichang recognized Du Xiaofu's carefree rippling steps, and his aura became even colder. This brat was indeed related to the Fang family. His fists changed and followed him like a shadow. A terrifying fluctuation erupted from his fist, and a storm engulfed the heavens. Dazzling runes illuminated half of the heavens, and it was like a rising sun. Come! At this moment, Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a sneer. He suddenly stopped in the air and advanced instead of retreating. His figure no longer dodged. Golden light overflowed from his body, and in an instant, his body was covered in a resplendent feathered armor. The ripples of lightning were dazzling, and mysterious runes lingered around him. Boom! Shifting his feet, Du Xiaofu avoided his vitals and allowed Gongsun Chichang's terrifying punch to land on his shoulder. At the same time, purple lightning flashed in Du Xiaofu's eyes. He shook his arm, and the resplendent purple lightning overflowed into the sky. He also suddenly punched. Boom! It was too fast. Du Xiaofu's punch landed on Gongsun Chichang's chest at the same time. Ka. The runes on Gongsun Chichang's chest shattered, and the soft armor shattered. Pooh! Du Xiaofu's fist smashed into Gongsun Chichang's chest. His body shattered, and blood spurted high into the air. Du Xiaofu's fist rushed out from Gongsun Chichang's back. Purple lightning rushed out, dazzling and terrifying. This scene caused the void to freeze for no reason. All the creatures widened their eyes, and their eyelids twitched violently. Their hair stood on end, and they trembled with fear. Gongsun Chichang was a half-saint. How powerful was he? He used all his strength, but at this moment, it gave people the feeling that the sea was turbulent. Huge waves rose to the sky, but they stopped in an instant. The waves surged, and the water was cut off. Such a scene was too shocking. That man who seemed to have transformed into a true rock had blasted a half-saint through with a single punch. It was swift, peerlessly domineering, and peerlessly ferocious. All eyes were on Du Heng. They stared blankly at the battle rock. Golden light and lightning intertwined. His eyes were bright. He punched through the half-saint expert in the void. It was indescribably shocking. Although Gongsun Chichang's punch had shattered the armor on his shoulder, revealing his shattered flesh and faintly golden blood, it was recovering in a strange manner. The shattered feather armor also continued to heal. Gongsun Chichang's eyes widened. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was sluggish. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Only blood kept flowing from his mouth. Gongsun Chichang was unwilling. Even if he knew that Shan Long Saint might have died at the hands of this brat, he wouldn't believe that this brat could kill him. It was even more impossible to kill him in front of the five of them. But now, Gongsun Chichang understood that Shan Long Saint was definitely killed by this brat. He was a half-saint, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from this brat. Du Xiaofu deliberately avoided the first move. It was clearly a feint to make him lower his guard. Due to his carelessness, Du Xiaofu relied on his physical defense to exchange punches for punches. The mysterious armor on Du Xiaofu's body and his terrifying physical body were strong enough to crush him. This brat is terrifying. I'm afraid that Shan Long Saint also fell like this. At this moment, Gongsun Chichang's heart suddenly quivered. He was incomparably clear-headed. He was afraid that even Shan Long Saint of the Dragons had fallen because of his carelessness. Ah! Gongsun Chichang shouted. His voice was hoarse and filled with grief and unwillingness. He wanted to struggle with his life, even if he could only break free from his soul. Rumble, all of this took a long time to describe, but it was all too late. Du Xiaofu didn't hesitate at all. He shook his arm, and the purple gold lightning talisman patterns on his body surged into the sky. The golden wings on his back shone brightly, and a terrifying destructive power exploded in the rumbling thunder. Gongsun Chichang's body was directly shattered into pieces. A mist of blood poured out, and he died tragically on the spot. This was the combination of Du Xiaofu's lightning martial vein and the domineering will of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. This all-out attack took Gongsun Chichang by surprise, and with absolute strength, it was as powerful as thunder. Feng Fandan was shocked, and Qi Xingqian was in a daze. Huang Ling, Feng Han, Feng Chu, and the others were dumbfounded. The experts watching from afar all felt a chill down their spines, and their hearts trembled. Such a man was like a human-shaped rock. His armor and golden wings were shining brightly, and lightning lingered around him. He was majestic and incomparably ferocious. Good kill. He's only a half-step saint, he can't even withstand a single blow. The Blood Vine Demon and the other Barren Country disciples trembled with excitement. Killing a half-step saint with one punch, what kind of power was this? So many half-step saints. In the distant void, Mo Runan, Zhou Xiaoluo, Du Xiaoman, and the rest of the School of Agriculture, Mo family, and Du family's desolate nation disciples appeared. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the others, their faces turned pale with fright. Swoosh swoosh. Roar. A figure rushed towards Du Xiaofu like lightning, accompanied by a murderous intent and a thunderous beast roar. Chapter 2038. Gongsun Yueying, Huang Zhu, Scorpio, and Ground Spider originally wanted to observe the situation after seeing Gongsun Chichang make a move. However, they didn't expect such an outcome. After a moment of shock, the four of them rushed out at the same time with murderous intent. Attack with all your might, or you'll be in big trouble. Gongsun Yueying's voice was sharp and filled with killing intent. Her old face was cold, and a blazing flame was emitted from her body. It contained the profound meaning of fire and burned the void. The Earth Spider and Scorpio had no way out. Whether they killed Du Xiaofu or not, they knew that the two of them would have a tough time in the future. However, based on the current situation, they had no choice but to release the arrow. Scorpio and Ground Spider attacked. Energy condensed, and an energy pillar pierced through the void, sweeping across the sky with the roar of a beast. Huang Zhu's eyes rippled. He was shocked to see Gongsun Chichang being killed with his own eyes. Such a junior's growth speed could only be described as heaven-defying. Perhaps after a while, legalism wouldn't be able to stop his footsteps. At that time, the fate of legalism would come to an end. Roar. Huang Zhu attacked. His aura was monstrous, mixed with the roar of a beast. It erupted with resplendent light. That kind of power was much stronger than Gongsun Yueying in Scorpio. The four half-step saints attacked at the same time. There was an invisible tacit understanding between them. They connected head to tail and pounced on Du Xiaofu. Rumble, this kind of siege caused the universe to explode. Light flared, and energy shook the heavens and earth, causing a frenzy in the void. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they couldn't help but tremble. This kind of power could destroy everything. It was too terrifying. Qi. Du Xiaofu also moved. Without any delay, the golden wings on his back flapped. Together with the wave-treading free step, his figure turned into a flash of lightning. His body erupted with resplendent light. Amidst the intertwining flames, electric arcs swept out and thunder rumbled. His target was Gongsun Yueying. Gongsun Yueying wasn't careless. Gongsun Chichang was killed in one move. She didn't think she was stronger than Gongsun Chichang. Gongsun Yueying was also very clear about Du Xiaofu's goal. That brat knew he couldn't fight 1 against 4, so he probably wanted to take her by surprise like how he took care of Gongsun Chichang. Gongsun Yueying wouldn't let him do as he wished. She had cultivated for so long and had experienced in countless dangerous situations. She had plenty of combat experience, how could she be fooled? Come, little bastard. Gong San Yueying. Gong San Yueying, San Yueying, S, Gong San Yu. Her, Gong San Chichang S 3 divine rings. Nu Yun to heavens Lu to S, SSSNNs NN Chetu S. Du Xiaofu's eyes were resolute, and his killing intent swept out. His whole body erupted with blazing lightning. The golden wings of the great ping flapped, and like a great ping soaring in the sky, he swept away the monstrous flames and appeared in front of Gong San Yueying. I'll hold this brat back. The three of you, kill him. Gong San Yueying's voice reached Huang Zhu, Scorpio, and Earth Spider's ears. She was very clear about Du Xiaofu's purpose, so she wanted to beat him at his own game. Gong San Yueying wanted to kill the former in one move. Strictly speaking, Gong San Yueying already knew that she did not have the strength to kill the terrifying Du Xiaofu in one move. She had to rely on Huang Zhu and the Scorpio Earth Spider. Roar! The beast's roar was like thunder. Amidst the torrential flames, an enormous flaming python soared into the sky like a fire dragon. Its might was world-shaking as it pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Ancient fire dragon flaming python. An expert in the distance exclaimed. The flaming python was like a living creature. It was an ancient fire dragon flaming python, and its bloodline was not inferior to the heavenly serpent race. It was a terrifying beast race that was rumored to have disappeared. The ancient fire dragon flaming python was Gong San Yueying's vain spirit. She did not want to fight Du Xiaofu in close combat. Gong San Yueying had already noticed that Du Xiaofu's physical defense was abnormal, and that mysterious feather armor could automatically regenerate. She only wanted to hold Du Xiaofu and wait for Huang Zhu and the other two to kill him. Roar! Woo woo! At the same time, Huang Zhu, Sky Scorpion, and Earth Spider launched their attacks from 3 different directions around Du Xiaofu, bringing with them a terrifying energy storm. Gee! 3 attacks swept over from 3 directions. Du Xiaofu still did not retreat and fixed his eyes on Gong San Yueying. In the short moment when the ancient fire dragon flaming python appeared, Du Xiaofu's body emitted dazzling purple-gold lightning, and an enormous purple-gold golden-winged rock phantom spread its wings and soared into the sky. The purple-gold thunder rock phantom enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. Thunder and lightning burst out as if they were fused into one. It soared into the sky as if it had turned into a real golden-winged thunder rock. Its ferocious aura spread out, causing all beasts to tremble in fear and prostrate themselves in worship. Rumble, at the same time, heavenly sounds rumbled, sonorous and ear-splitting. A dazzling divine ring appeared behind Du Xiaofu's back, erupting with dazzling light. It was like the sun rising from the east, completely enveloping the strange purple-gold thunder rock. Endless rays of light gushed out and shook the surroundings. This was the boundless power of nirvana. The vast heavenly might spread out, causing all living beings to want to prostrate themselves in worship. It caused the 3 divine rings behind Gong San Yueying to dim. This is the golden-winged rock supreme beast's ability to merge with the mysterious lightning martial vein. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu's talent is too terrifying. Feng Fan's expression froze. Their eyesight was sharp and they were not ordinary people. Therefore, they understood how difficult it was to merge 2 kinds of divine abilities together. It was almost impossible. However, this terrifying master in front of them had actually comprehended to this step. What kind of nirvana is this? It's so terrifying. Qi Xingqian was shocked by the mysterious nirvana power. The pressure caused his soul to tremble, and he wanted to prostrate himself in worship. Qi La. The purple-gold thunder rock flapped its wings, and its huge eyes shot out purple-gold lightning arcs. It was like 2 glorious suns illuminating the sky, overlooking all living beings in the world as it soared into the sky. After merging the lightning martial vein and the boundless power of nirvana, Du Xiaofu's attack was like a hot knife through butter. It released an endless domineering pressure that could kill all living beings. It was sacred and inviolable. Qi La. The ancient fire dragon flame python's eyes were filled with fear, as if it was naturally suppressed. In an instant it was torn apart by the huge purple-gold thunder rock, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. To deal with 5 half-saint experts, Du Xiaofu used his full strength and killing moves without holding back at all. Du Xiaofu was very clear that he was more than enough to deal with a half-saint. However, these were 5 half-saints. If he did not use his full strength and fight with his life on the line, he would not have any chance. This time, what the desolate country needed was a true deterrence. The true deterrence came from the fear of the other party. This would require them to pay a huge price to achieve. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu's figure walked out from the huge purple-gold thunder rock. The purple-gold thunder rock's shadow dissipated at the same time, but the tall figure was still wrapped in a brilliant divine halo. There was a sacred and supreme aura that filled the air. It suppressed the heavens and the earth, and it could not be provoked. Pfff, Gong Sun Yueying vomited blood, and her eyes were filled with shock. The former's strength had far exceeded her expectations. Her pulse spirit was actually unable to withstand a single blow, and her supreme power was also directly suppressed by the former. Gong Sun Yueying felt unease and fear from the tall and straight figure. That terrifying pressure made her tremble for no reason. However, Gong Sun Yueying did not retreat. Her plan had not failed. She was prepared and had plenty of experience. Shock flashed in her eyes, and she was already prepared. A curved blade appeared in her hand. The curved blade was suffused with dazzling runes and overflowed with scarlet flames. There was an ancient might in its destruction, and the surrounding space collapsed. Its power was impressive. When it came to Huang Zhu, experts at Gong Sun Yueying's level attacked with unimaginable speed. Although Du Xiaofu did not delay at all and arrived in front of Gong Sun Yueying, the moment when he destroyed Gong Sun Yueying's pulse spirit was enough for Huang Zhu, Scorpio, and Earth Spider to follow up with their attacks. The 3 attacks illuminated half the sky and shattered the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. These 3 attacks almost turned the universe upside down. There was a phenomenon in the sky that was incomparably blazing and unimaginable. Seeing this scene, even Qi Xingqian and Feng Fenchen could not help but secretly clench their fists. The two of them knew that they did not have the strength to resist 4 half-saints at the same time. Chapter 2039. Therefore, Qi Xingqian and Feng Fenchen, the 2 half-step saints, were even more worried about Du Xiaofu. They could already tell that Du Xiaofu was strong enough to kill half-step saints, but he hadn't truly reached the saint realm. However, if Du Xiaofu was besieged in this situation, he would most likely be besieged and killed. That would be too much of an injustice. Qi Yeshi, Dongli Qingqing, Zishuan, Mo Runan, and Zhou Xiaoluo all became extremely serious, and their faces turned pale. Even the old lady of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan was completely focused at this moment, and there was a golden light secretly flowing in her palm. Die! Gong Sun Yueying made her move. Her plan had succeeded. Her cold voice resounded in the sky, and the treasured scimitar in her hand directly slashed towards Du Xiaofu's head, who was already pouncing towards her. The scimitar pierced through the sky, and the blazing aura was like the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes. The runes were like lightning. Gong Sun Yueying sneered. The kid in front of her was abnormal, but in the end, he was still immature. Her plan had succeeded. Even if Du Xiaofu could dodge her scimitar, he wouldn't be able to dodge the attacks of Huang Zhu and the other 2. This was a killing trap, and it was enough to turn this kid into ashes. Du Xiaofu sensed this killing trap, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, making him look even more ferocious. His eyes shot out purple-gold lightning like 2 purple-gold suns, and he still didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward like a ghost. Swish, without any suspense, Gongsun Yueying's scimitar directly slashed Du Xiaofu's body. Although Du Xiaofu relied on his advantage in speed to avoid his head, the scimitar still landed on his shoulder. Pfff, when the scimitar landed, Du Xiaofu finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This saber strike was extraordinary. It was Gongsun Yueying's full-strength attack, and it was also her final full-strength attack. Along with this treasured blade trump card, the sound of metal clashing resounded. Electric arcs surged, and the red flames devoured and destroyed everything. The blue spirit armor on Du Xiaofu's shoulder was cracking. Gongsun Yueying was overjoyed, and a smile appeared on her old face. She slashed the scimitar in her hand into the kid's shoulder. She didn't believe that the kid in front of her could still resist without being affected. However, Gongsun Yueying's joy only lasted for a moment before her expression darkened. The scimitar in her hand was finally stuck in Du Xiaofu's shoulder bone. It was forcefully blocked by the terrifying power of thunder and tyrannical might within his body. There was also that strange supreme power that was restrained within his shoulders, making it difficult for her saber to advance any further. At this moment, a special rune light appeared in Du Xiaofu's eyes at the same time, directly enveloping Gongsun Yueying's body, causing her fiery red eyes to become sluggish. Sumeru Illusory Realm. This was Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit attack. With the power of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit at this moment, how many people below the Saint Realm could resist the Sumeru Illusory Realm without being prepared? In a flash, as Gongsun Yueying's eyes became sluggish, Du Xiaofu's sleeve shook, and a tyrannical supreme power suddenly swept out. Gee! Du Xiaofu's hand stretched out a claw print, and dazzling mysterious runes raged like golden electric arcs. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to spread its wings and soar into the 9 heavens. Within this claw mark, there was also a dazzling divine ring with purple arcs of lightning flashing within. This was Du Xiaofu's rock's chaos-crushing claw. The supreme power and the thunder martial vein combined into this claw. The tyrannical supreme power erupted, causing the beast souls of the surrounding beasts to tremble, and the meridians and souls of the human experts to tremble. Before Gongsun Yueying could regain her senses, Du Xiaofu's rock's chaos-crushing claw had already landed directly on her head. The power of execution, the tyrannical power, and the divine aura erupted at the same time in an instant. Rumble. The void rumbled, and lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Gongsun Yueying finally regained her senses. But it was all too late. Her skull was cracking, and blood was gushing out from the cracks. Little bastard, you're dead for sure. It's worth it to exchange my life for yours, hee. Such bitter and unwilling words came out of Gongsun Yueying's mouth like a night dove, and her words were filled with despair. Bang, bang, before Gongsun Yueying could finish her words, her head exploded in midair. Terrifying rune ripples spread out in all directions like a tsunami. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and only half of her corpse was left falling from the sky. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear at this scene. It was another half-step sage expert. Her primordial spirit couldn't escape, and her divine soul was annihilated. Daddy, be careful, with such a young and tender voice, the little girl beside Zi Xian shouted loudly. She saw that the 3 terrifying attacks had already reached her father's body. Du Xiaofu had killed Gongsun Yueying, but Huang Zhu, Scorpio, and Ground Spider's attacks had also landed on Du Xiaofu's body. This was a hopeless situation. Du Xiaofu couldn't avoid it at all. This was also the result of Du Xiaofu's choice. Bang, 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 the attacks of the 3 half-step sage experts directly landed on Du Xiaofu's body, and it was like a chain of explosions. All kinds of rune light whistled, and terrifying energy rippled out like a flood. It spread out in all directions from the void, causing the void to rumble. Rumble, the sky was exploding, and the void was collapsing inch by inch. Destruction was everywhere, and it was like the end of the world, spreading out for thousands of miles. The void was chaotic, and it was difficult to see anything. Phantom, Zi Xian, Qi Yeshi, and the others clenched their fists. Their hearts were in their throats. Ku, not far away, a huge demon eagle covered the sky with monstrous demonic aura. It was the eagle's true form, and it flapped its wings, causing a storm of demonic aura to sweep out in all directions. Roar! The whole lion had also transformed into a huge red fire demon lion. It burst out with red flames, and its aura was surging. Rumble, behind the huge demon eagle and the red fire demon lion, there were 3 divine halos in the sky. The whole lion and the eagle were also Nirvana's supreme nirvanas. In these few short breaths, the eagle and the whole lion had already suffered a great loss. They did not gain any advantage, but were suppressed to the point that they could not breathe. Therefore, the whole lion and the eagle had no choice but to use their true forms and go all out. Roar! Little demon Du snorted. He was not worried about Du Xiaofu at all. His eyes glowed with a golden light. In an instant, the golden light was boundless. His figure turned into a huge red-bone horse monkey. Waves of golden light radiated from Du Xiaofu's gigantic red-bone horse monkey body. It was as though a terrifying lord had appeared in the world. Mysterious runes and talisman runes surged around him like a hazy radiance. It was as though the heavens and earth had just been created, and there was also a divine ring in the air. With the support of nirvanas, Du Xiaoyao activated her true form, and in an instant, she clashed with the eagle and the whole lion again. Hiss, a sharp, ear-piercing hiss resounded, and a huge black heavenly snake emitted an oppressive aura. There were 3 divine halos behind it, and behind it, there were rumbling sounds. It was like a black dragon circling in the sky, and terrifying energy filled the air. The surrounding space was distorted, and a long vacuum mark appeared. Roar, a huge dragon with a single horn roared, and its 4 divine halos were not concealed. Its dragon scales glowed, and its dragon roar shook the sky. This was the true form of Shemo and the horned dragon. Under the pressure of little Xingxing, they did not gain any advantage. They were also subconsciously suppressed by little Xingxing's aura. This kind of suppression came from the depths of their bloodline, and it could not be removed. What made the horned dragon and Shemo even more shocked was that the aura of this little dragon was even more powerful than that of a true dragon. Under the suppression of that kind of aura, they were completely restrained, and they were constantly being suppressed. Then I'll finish you off quickly. Seeing the former transform into their true forms, little Xingxing's delicate little mouth pouted. Golden flames erupted from its small body, and it transformed into its true form, occupying the void. The dragon was covered in scarlet gold, and it spread its wings like a phoenix. The dragon scales on its body rippled with starlight, and the 10 divine halos behind it were dazzling and resplendent. Boom! Boom! Little Xingxing's true form was activated, and the heaven and earth rumbled. The firmament trembled, and a supreme aura spread, suppressing the heaven and earth. This kind of terrifying aura made all the beast souls tremble. Their bodies went limp, and they prostrated themselves. Kill! Little Xingxing's true form flapped its wings. Accompanied by the burning of golden flames, the wind and clouds in the void suddenly changed, and the heaven and earth trembled. It caused the heaven and earth to resonate with the heaven and earth. Chapter 2040. On little Xingxing's body, golden flames were still boiling. Countless mysterious runes could be vaguely seen connecting, forming a mysterious black tortoise pattern. This pattern seemed to cover little Xingxing's entire body. He was not afraid of the horned dragon and snake silence's attacks at all. He used the most direct and domineering method to crush the 2. Little Xingxing's and Du Xiaoyao's true bodies shocked all the experts around. But at this moment, more attention was focused on the chaotic void. Du Xiaofu was injured by Gongsun Yueying's blade and Gongsun Qichang's fist. Could Du Xiaofu still withstand the attacks of 3 half-saints? Huang Zhu and the other two's attacks were successful. Their 6 eyes were fixed on the chaotic void. But in an instant, Huang Zhu and the Scorpio Earth Spider were shocked. They felt the aura. Du Xiaofu was not killed. His body was still glowing, but at this moment, the light was much dimmer and no longer dazzling. The chaotic void dissipated. The golden light spread, but it was much dimmer. A figure that looked like a golden ball appeared. The golden ball rippled and then spread out. It was a pair of golden rock wings. Before killing Gongsun Yueying, Du Xiaofu already knew that the 3 attacks would fall. In order to kill Gongsun Yueying, Du Xiaofu chose to take a risk. He risked his physical defense in exchange for Gongsun Yueying's life. Du Xiaofu had no other choice. Otherwise, if he was suppressed, he would be suppressed by the 4 half-saints. It would be difficult for him to make a comeback. Qi La, the golden wings of the great Peng unfurled. The original golden radiance was now extremely dim. The feathers were broken, dripping with blood, like old brooms. Only the 36 true Peng feathers were still flickering with golden light. Du Xiaofu's azure spirit armor was crumbling inch by inch. His body was broken, and pale golden blood seeped out. There were also several bloody holes, from which blood spurted out. Vaguely, a strange poisonous gas was spreading from Du Xiaofu's broken body. It was overlooking the broken body. Pfft! A large mouthful of blood spurted out from his throat. Du Xiaofu's aura also weakened a lot. His face was as pale as ash. He blocked it and killed Gongsun Yueying. My God, his body is perversely strong. Qi Xingqian, Feng Fenqian, and the others could not help but feel a chill run down their spines when they saw the figure in broken armor still standing in the air despite the fact that his body was in tatters. The strength of his physical body could only be described as monstrous for him to be able to withstand those 3 attacks. Gongsun Yueying's exploded body was still floating in the air. Her blood had yet to dissipate, and it was emitting a bright red light. It was extremely eye-catching. After a brief moment of silence, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard everywhere. The scene of Du Xiaofu crushing Gongsun Yueying's head with his claw was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. He killed Gongsun Qichang with 1 punch and Gongsun Yueying with 1 claw. 2 half-saints were killed. Blood splattered everywhere, and their souls were destroyed. How shocking was that? The Demon King took the attacks of 3 half-saints head-on. Although his body was cracked, he still stood in midair. Horrifying. It was too horrifying. All the living beings were trembling. Some of the beasts could not help but let out low growls. The Demon King had shocked everyone. The Rock Emperor is so brave. After a short silence, the Bloodvine Demon and the Desolate Nation's disciples were seething with excitement. Drip. Drip. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered with purple-gold light. Electric arcs overflowed from his body. There were bloody holes on his body. Blood flowed out uncontrollably. There was also a strange poisonous gas corroding his body. Du Xiaofu had the indestructible Xian body. It was difficult for him to recover quickly from the 3 attacks. The azure spirit armor on his body was shattered. The rock wings were like a worn-out broom. The damage was too great. However, this made him look even more ferocious and savage. Huang Zhu, Sky Scorpion, and Ground Spider surrounded Du Xiaofu from 3 directions. When they saw the bleeding figure, they were not happy at all. Instead, they were deeply frightened and shocked. They knew best how strong their attacks were. However, the attacks of 3 half-saints could not kill that kid. They could not accept this result. His body is too terrifying. Huang Zhu's eyes rippled with emotion. Such a great calamity had already grown to such a terrifying extent. The worry in his heart back then had already come true. He can actually resist the poisonous gas. Scorpio and Ground Spider were also shocked. Their attacks were accompanied by terrifying poisonous gas. Cultivators at the same level as them definitely wouldn't dare to touch it, but that Devil King had blocked it. They felt that their poisonous gas didn't seem to have much effect on that physical body. Roar. A low roar came from Huang Zhu's mouth. Light spread out from his body. The energy of heaven and earth in the void suddenly became violent. In an instant, light shot into the sky. That dying figure turned into a huge strange beast in the sky. Rumble, the strange beast in the sky seemed to contain some kind of law of heaven and earth. Light shot into the sky. The energy was like a waterfall, shaking the sky. It was extremely shocking. This was a huge strange beast with a human face, a leopard's body, cow's ears, one eye, and a long tail. Runes flashed on its body. It was incomparably bright. It coiled in the void and let out endless rumbling sounds. It no longer had the aura of a dying man. The Zhujian body. This old mount is going to go all out. Qi Xingqian looked at Huang Zhu's true form. The Zhujian body was also secretly shocked. He knew Huang Zhu's origin. He was an old mount of legalism. He had experienced a lot and lived for many years. He was even older than the Horned Dragon and Feng Fenchen. Although he used to be a mount of legalism, no one dared to disrespect him. He was probably the closest existence to the Saint Realm. The might on his body was even stronger than that of the Horned Dragon. The Zhujian body appeared in the air. The old lady of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan's golden eyes were no longer calm. She was moved, but then she quickly regained her calmness. Woo, squeak, just as Huang Zhu revealed his true form and caused the void to rumble, there was a sharp beast roar. Two huge beasts that were close to 10,000 feet in size appeared in the sky at the same time, shaking the sky. A huge brown scorpion appeared in the sky. Its body seemed to be covered in layers of scale-like armor. Its sharp claws were cold, and its eyes were cold. Its sharp tail stood upright in the sky. It emitted a dark light, like a flash of black lightning. A huge spider appeared in the sky. Its entire body was black, and every inch of its body was covered in runes. Its aura was accompanied by a strange poisonous gas. Chapter 2041. As the Zhujian's body appeared in the air, the old lady of the golden-winged Great Peng clan's golden eyes were no longer as calm as an ancient well. She was slightly moved, but she soon regained her calm. Woo-woo, squeak squeak, just as the Zhujian revealed its true form and caused the void to rumble, a sharp beastly roar rang out. Two enormous beasts that were close to 1,000 feet tall appeared in the sky at the same time, shaking the heavens. A huge brown scorpion appeared in the sky. Its body seemed to be covered in layers of scale-like armor. Its sharp claws were cold, and its eyes were cold. Its sharp, huge tail stood upright in the sky, emitting a dark light like a bolt of black lightning. A huge spider appeared in the sky. Its entire body was black, and every inch of its body was covered in runes. Its pervasive aura was accompanied by a strange poisonous gas. These were the true forms of the scorpion and the earth spider. They were terrifyingly powerful and filled with poisonous gas. Just this poisonous gas alone was enough to make it difficult for cultivators of the same level to resist. It was also why the scorpion and the earth spider were extremely fierce in the current world. However, the two of them had been in seclusion for a long time. Only a few older existences knew of their existence. The three enormous beasts appeared in the sky. Their surging auras shook the heavens and the earth. The three half-step saints of the beast clan have already used their full strength. The demon king Du Xiaofu has suffered heavy injuries. I'm afraid he's exhausted his strength. Can he still resist? When they saw the three behemoths standing in the void, the surrounding living beings cried out in shock. They couldn't help but gasp for Du Xiaofu again. That devil King Du Xiaofu had already paid a heavy price to brutally kill 2 half-step saints at the cost of his own life. Although Du Xiaofu had endured the attacks of the 3 half-step saints and forcibly resisted them, everyone could feel that the combined attack of the 3 half-step saints was enough to make the demon King Du Xiaofu unable to endure it again. Du Xiaofu was in the sky. Blood was still dripping from the corner of his mouth. When the 3 enormous beasts appeared in the sky, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. A cold light shot out from his eyes. Kill! Huang Zhu didn't waste any time. When Zhu Jian's true form was revealed, he directly rushed towards Du Xiaofu. The distance between them wasn't that far to begin with. With a single step, he shattered the universe. It was as if a heavenly pillar had appeared from the heavens. He ruthlessly stomped towards Du Xiaofu. Swish swish. Scorpio and ground spider were also very clear that there was no turning back. Since they had already interfered today, no matter how this demon King Du Xiaofu ended up, the 2 of them would probably have a hard time in the future. But now, if this demon king didn't die today, they would definitely die. When Huang Zhu attacked, the Scorpio and Earth Spider also moved. The Sky Scorpion's sharp tail was like a bolt of black lightning, while the Earth Spider's legs, suffused with cold light, bared their fangs and brandished their claws, piercing through the void. Such a terrifying attack, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, enveloped Du Xiaofu. Kill! Du Xiaofu raised his head, the killing intent in his eyes undisguised. A silver-gold electric arc shot out from between his eyebrows. Rumble, the electric arcs that filled the sky condensed into thunderbolts. Starlight fluctuated, and accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning, a huge red-bone horse monkey broke through the sky. It was as if the world had just been created. Its aura was boundless. A fist that carried a sky full of thunder and lightning directly blasted towards Huang Zhu's huge paw. The surrounding void suddenly shattered inch by inch, and electric arcs overflowed. Qi La, at the same time, a jet-black light net enveloped the void like a dark cloud. It was filled with heart-palpitating black runes. Poisonous gas filled the sky, and it distorted the void. In an instant it enveloped Du Xiaofu's surroundings. That heart-palpitating black light net was the ground spider's innate ability. It was condensed from the poisonous silk that it spat out. The poisonous gas filled the sky, and it could corrode everything. It was also incomparably tough. Back then, countless experts had perished in the earth spider's poison web. If a cultivator of the same level was trapped in it, not to mention the terrifying poison gas, just the tenacity of the poison web alone was something that even a saint weapon would find difficult to cut apart given the earth spider's current cultivation. The poisonous web enveloped Du Xiaofu like a collapsing dark cloud. In an instant, it landed around Du Xiaofu's body, enveloping him like a cocoon. Not good, that poisonous spider's earth poison heavenly silk net is very difficult to deal with. Feng Fun's expression was solemn. Even he felt some fear towards the poison web. The earth poison heavenly silk net enveloped Du Xiaofu, and the poisonous gas corroded everything. It instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu and bound him. However, at the same time, the earth poison heavenly silk net suddenly trembled violently. In an instant it was as if stormy waves were rising. At the same time, the sky suddenly changed color, and a mysterious mighty force descended from the sky. Boom! Resplendent runes fluctuated, and the earth poison heavenly silk net expanded. In an instant, the sky changed color, and a giant that was over 100 meters tall appeared. Its entire body emitted a misty mist, and it was as if 1,000,000 mountains had descended from the sky. It seemed to have traveled through time and space from the ancient times, and it directly stood in the air. The surrounding wind and clouds surged, and the surging power of the sorcerer god came from the ancient times. The surrounding void was filled with endless wind and thunder, clanging sounds. The power of the sorcerer god, that's the body of the sorcerer god of the Confucian school. Many creatures cried out in alarm. Feng Fun, Qi Xingqian, and the other experts also had ripples in their eyes. That was clearly the power of the sorcerer god of the Confucian school. Why would it appear on the demon king's body? The body of the sorcerer god stood tall, but the earth poison heavenly silk net was still tightly enveloping it, and it was filled with a monstrous poisonous gas. Die, the earth spider spat out cold words filled with killing intent. Its 8 chelicerae pierced through the void, and they were filled with pitch-black light. They instantly pierced into the body of Du Xiaofu, who was bound by the earth poison heavenly silk net. They pierced into his body from his shoulders, abdomen, and thighs, and monstrous poisonous gas and killing intent swept out violently. The earth spider sneered, and its killing intent filled the air. Bound by its earth poison heavenly silk net, no one below the saint realm would be able to escape. The demon king was an arrow at the end of its flight. If he died at its hands, its name would probably spread far and wide from now on. In just an instant, the sneering earth spider's ferocious beast eyes became sluggish. Its ferocious eyes were filled with fear. It felt that its chelicerae had been instantly bound by a pair of giant hands, and it was unable to move an inch. The one who will die will definitely not be me. As such a voice rang out, a pair of giant hands reached out from within the indestructible earth poison heavenly silk net. They were covered in runes, and a vast and turbulent power erupted like a series of mountain torrents. Amidst the rumbling of wind and thunder, they directly tore apart the earth poison heavenly silk net. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, everyone was dumbfounded. The earth spider's chelicerae were tightly gripped by Du Xiaofu, and it tore apart the earth poison heavenly silk net. Die for me. Such a loud roar came from Du Xiaofu's sorcerer god body, and the surrounding space trembled. It was as if countless gods and demons were chanting, and it shook people's souls. The rich and surging power of the sorcerer god seemed to have traversed time and space from ancient times, and it erupted in an instant. No, at this moment, the earth spider seemed to have sensed something. It let out a miserable cry, and its eyes were filled with shock and fear. Chapter 2042. Rip, the gigantic spider's body was torn in half starting from its chelicerae. Blood and poisonous gas sprayed into the air. The gigantic body stood in the air with the strength to move mountains and rivers. With the most ferocious posture, it directly tore the gigantic spider apart. Whoosh, a sharp black spear pierced through Du Xiaofu's chest from his back. Upon closer inspection, it was a gigantic tail wrapped in scale-like armor. Cold light overflowed from it like a bolt of black lightning. Runes fluctuated, poisonous gas and monstrous energy poured out. The moment the gigantic spider was torn apart, this gigantic tail also pierced through Du Xiaofu's chest. Pale golden blood filled the air as runes dripped from the tip of the tail. Little bastard, you will pay with your life for the earth spider. The gigantic scorpion roared angrily. Its eyes were cold. Its sharp tail rose to the sky and emitted a dark light. Like a black bolt of lightning, it pierced through Du Xiaofu's gigantic body, wanting to tear Du Xiaofu apart. Countless eyes were filled with shock and fear. The gigantic scorpion soared through the air, its ferocious and intimidating. Its gigantic tail coiled around its back and pierced through the giant's chest. However, at this moment, the gigantic hand directly grabbed the gigantic tail that pierced through the air. Under a terrifying force, the gigantic scorpion's tail could not be pulled back. The gigantic scorpion's eyes instantly changed color. It felt a terrifying sense of danger from the depths of its beast soul. Crack crack. In the next instant, the gigantic hand grabbed the gigantic black tail tightly. With an unparalleled force, the gigantic tail was forcefully broken into two with cracking sounds. Ah! A thunderous scream came from the gigantic scorpion's mouth. This result was not within the sky scorpion's expectations. It spat out a large mouthful of blood. Its gigantic tail was broken. This was a serious injury. No, the sky scorpion was terrified. It was spitting out blood. Half of its gigantic tail had not yet been pulled out from the gigantic body of the sorcerer. It was still tightly held by the sorcerer. Rip. The enormous body of the supreme magus forcibly turned around and gripped the sharp black tail with his left hand. Awoo! In an instant, purple gold light filled the sky, and a giant purple gold sword suddenly appeared in the giant's hand. The dazzling talisman patterns on the sword's body overflowed, and the arc was still agile and natural. Indistinct phantoms of azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, black tortoise and black tortoise circled around, faintly discernible. You can die with it too, the giant said in a low voice. He slashed out with his giant sword. It was as if he could split a mountain. There was nothing fancy about it. Wherever the purple gold sword light passed, the space collapsed, revealing traces of a vacuum. However, this sword strike contained a terrifying and overbearing sword intent that swept through the sky. A terrifying and overbearing pressure effused out from the sword light, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble violently. The domineering sword aura made one's hair stand on end and tremble all over. No, the giant scorpion cried out in alarm. It let out a ferocious roar and spat out blood. It wanted to retreat, but its broken tail was still trapped by the sorcerer's body and couldn't move at all. It was too fast. This was a fatal blow, a cruel and brutal one. The overbearing sword light shattered the space and directly slashed the giant scorpion's ferocious head. Chi-La, without any suspense, everyone watched in shock as the purple gold sword light cut through the terrifying giant scorpion's body like a hot knife through butter. Horned dragon, save me, a sorrowful cry for help spread from the sky, but the voice instantly stopped. Poisonous gas poured out, and a bloody mist sprayed out. The giant scorpion had been cut in half. The surroundings trembled, and the surrounding creatures felt a chill down their spines. Experts like Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingchen also had raging waves in their eyes at this moment, and their bodies were trembling. There was also half of the giant scorpion's tail that was personally pulled out from the giant sorcerer's body, and faint golden blood splattered everywhere. This scene was valiant and brutal. As the giant body shrank, the broadsword in its hand also changed. The sorcerer's body dissipated, and Du Xiaofu's body was dripping with blood. There was a bloody hole in his chest that directly pierced through his body. Blood flowed like a pool, and there were also several cracks on his body, as if his body was about to be torn apart. This was left behind by the sky scorpion and the earth spider just now. If it was an ordinary half-saint, they would have been consigned to eternal damnation and would have died long ago. Du Xiaofu had managed to pull through, but the heavy injuries on his body were shocking to the eye. It only added to the bloody savagery. In the distance, Dongli Qingqing, Qi Yeshi, Du Xiaoman, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Those terrifying wounds made them feel even more pain than if they had landed on their bodies. His bloody body was wrapped in purple gold lightning arcs. The purple robe on his body was tattered and had long been soaked in blood. Only bits and pieces of the broken feather armor still covered his body. Du Xiaofu was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Pale golden blood condensed in the void and fluctuated with runes. Only the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand was still dazzling. However, this figure standing in the void while surrounded by the gigantic beasts was inexplicably even more terrifying. For half-saint experts had been killed by him with unparalleled ferocity. How shocking was this? Roar, the dragon's deafening roar was the horned dragon's roar. It had heard the sky scorpion's cry for help, but under the suppression of Little Star, it couldn't escape and was constantly being crushed. The more the horned dragon fought, the more shocked it became. Such a mysterious dragon had been suppressing it all this time. All of the horned dragon's methods were ineffective in front of this little dragon. Even its attacks couldn't leave any effect on the little dragon's body. Bang! The horned dragon's huge body was hit by a giant tail of golden flames. Starlight fluctuated, and the aura was domineering. The golden flames on its back shattered the dragon scales and dripped with blood. Old snake, how dare you be so presumptuous? Little Xingxing's body moved horizontally. At the same time that its huge tail struck the horned dragon's body, it flapped its wings and moved. The dragon claw under its abdomen also tore at Shimo's body in a crushing manner, shattering its scales. It was unable to resist at all, and large chunks of flesh were torn off. Hiss, under the intense pain, Mo's heavenly snake body writhed and blood poured out. Bang bang. Not far away, muffled sounds continued. The huge demon vulture's body was overflowing with demonic aura. It flapped its wings, bringing along a demonic aura storm that swept in all directions. However, at this moment, a red-bone horse monkey was grabbing one of its claws with one hand and continuously punching it with the other, causing its body to split open. Roar! The huge red fire demonic lion charged over, bursting with red flames. Its aura was surging as it charged towards the red-bone horse monkey. Rumble, a sonorous heavenly sound resounded. The red-bone horse monkey's eyes were suffused with golden light. The inaction Nirvana's aura was shocking. The golden light was boundless. It let go of the demon vulture's body and charged towards the Meng lion. The red fire demonic lion's body shook the Meng lion back. The huge Zhujian's body covered the sky. It could crush the sky and the void, and the mountains below were constantly exploding. Chapter 2043. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Huang Zhu's true form, the Zhujian, was roaring. It was no longer that old man in his twilight years. Its terrifying aura was enough to turn the world upside down and shake the heavens. It was actually much stronger than Horned Dragon, Silent Snake, Oshir, Ingjiu, and the others. Awu, the roar was like thunder. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit Crimson Horse Monkey's body had already transformed into a giant lightning turtle, a giant lightning tree, and the like. Lightning exploded and dazzled as it continuously bombarded the Zhujian. Rumble, the lightning shattered the void, rumbling endlessly and shaking the heavens and the earth. The Zhujian roared. Even though it was surrounded by this terrifying lightning, it was still able to move unhindered. Child, this is the spiritual root of legalism. Your primordial spirit also contains it. You are after all a person of legalism. Legalism has let you down, but there were some things that we had no choice at that time. I think that with your current achievements, as long as you are willing to return home, all grievances can be resolved and your family can be reunited. In the future, the entire legalism will definitely fall on your shoulders. Child, come home. The Zhujian's voice fell into the ears of Du Xiaofu's true form through voice transmission. At this moment, mysterious runes appeared on Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit Crimson Horse Monkey's body, forming a light net that enveloped his body. A majestic and desolate aura spread out, as if authority was not to be challenged. That was the spiritual root of legalism, and its aura was different. How could Huang Zhu not recognize that this was the spiritual root of legalism? He had seen the Scorpio Earth Spider, Gongsun Yueying, and Gongsun Qichang being brutally killed with his own eyes. He suppressed the shock in his heart and wanted to continue dragging Du Xiaofu back to legalism. If such a junior was willing to return to legalism, no matter how many people from legalism were killed, legalism would definitely be able to let bygones be bygones. With the current lack of juniors in legalism, in the future, only the siblings would be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of legalism. Du Xiaofu's bloody body was still tall and straight. Under the faint fluctuation of electric arcs, the shocking bloody hole on his body was recovering at an extremely slow speed. The blood stain at the corner of his mouth made him even more ferocious. More and more living beings had gathered in the distance to watch, and quite a few powerful beings had appeared. However, at this moment, they were all dumbfounded as they stared at the ferocious figure in silence. Old bastard, you're not a good person either. This was Du Xiaofu's response to Huang Zhu. He held the violet gold heavenly tower in one hand and took out quite a few precious medicines from his cosmos pouch with the other. He stuffed them into his mouth. Multicolored light gushed out from his bloody mouth as he walked towards Huang Zhu. Boom! Rumble! As Du Xiaofu took a step forward, the void began to tremble. Rumbling sounds rang out, causing the ears of all the living beings present to ring and the sky to shake. Roar, roar, at the same time, as Du Xiaofu took a step forward, the image of a huge dragon appeared above his head and roared. The aura on his body also soared like a rocket. Hearing Du Xiaofu's response and seeing Du Xiaofu coming, Huang Zhu's Zhujian aura surged. As his ferocious eyes opened and closed, light pierced through the sky like lightning. His huge body soared into the sky and his huge hooves stomped out, causing mountains to crumble. The energy was like a vast ocean that struck the sky, shocking the surroundings. I never thought that this old mount would be so powerful. Powerful beings like Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingchen were also very shocked. They could feel how powerful Huang Zhu was. He was probably only a step away from the true saint realm. Huang Zhu didn't say anything else. Such a terrifying junior was already a future threat to legalism. 9 half-saints had attacked at the same time, but they had already lost. 4 of them had died in an instant. This was too terrifying. Boom! Huang Zhu attacked with all his might. He was very powerful as he stood in the sky, his 4 hooves crushing everything and shaking the void. The several types of spiritual lightning contained in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit moved at the same time. Lightning exploded, and the power of several types of spiritual lightning was vast and mighty. In such a battle, the lightning was violent, the lightning was boundless, and the energy was vast and mighty. It was as if a god was attacking. Such a battle was impossible for cultivators who weren't strong enough to get close. Just a glance was enough to make one's heart tremble. In such a battle, every move was enough to shatter the sky. It was unimaginable what kind of power this was, and it was shocking. Roar, roar. There were a total of 9 steps, and Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in the endless lightning formed by several types of spiritual lightning. The shadows of 9 huge dragons gathered above his head, and finally swept into his body. His aura became vigorous again, and 2 golden bolts of lightning shot into the sky from his golden eyes at the same time. A 3-colored palm print covered his right hand. The palm print was still condensing, and a strange and violent energy fluctuation suddenly rippled from Du Xiaofu's left hand. The scarlet energy that seemed to have solidified suddenly wrapped around his palm, condensing into a bright red palm print that was like a sun in the sky. It instantly merged with the 3-colored palm print on his right hand. Roar! Roar! When the handprints overlapped and merged in an instant, Du Xiaofu spat out another mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale, but the light within the handprints became even more gorgeous and resplendent. There was a faint roar of a dragon, a tiger, a bird, and a turtle, and a pressure surged through the sky. Profound yellow Emperor's seal, kill. Kill. Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu's attack was clean and fierce. His qi poured out like a flood, and the profound yellow Emperor's seal expanded with the wind, accompanied by a destructive power that suddenly swept out. Roar! Such a palm print made the eyes of Huang Zhu's real body, Zhu Jian, change greatly. In the sweeping thunder, his body stood straight, and his pillar-like hoof pressed down. Everything happened as fast as lightning. The palm and the hoof collided with each other. Runes burst forth, and the sky rumbled. Gorgeous and gorgeous runes burst forth, and a terrifying energy ripple swept out like a huge wave. The violent and domineering energy was released, and there were the roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles. In the dazzling light, the shadows of the 4 beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the phoenix, the black tortoise, and the black tortoise, appeared. They roared like thunder, and a terrifying aura burst out. Bang, 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 a large area of the void was collapsing, and a huge void black hole was revealed, which made people feel a chill down their spine and their hearts tremble. Stomp, stomp, the huge body of Zhu Jian was pushed back, and his hoof broke the void. There was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his huge fierce eyes were filled with shock. That junior was so terrifying, and he was still so terrifying after being injured to such an extent. Rumble. Zhu Jian didn't have time to be shocked, because Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit had already launched several bolts of spiritual lightning, and the thunderbolts were tens of thousands of feet long, destroying everything. Du Xiaofu's body was also pushed back, and he spat out blood again. There was a violent fluctuation in his eyes. This Huang Zhu was much stronger than the four half-saints. Du Xiaofu was seriously injured, and his body was pierced through. Even with the immortal Xian body, it was difficult for him to recover from such a serious injury. If it was someone else, they would have died 10 times over. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Although he was seriously injured, he couldn't let this old mount, legalism, live. This old mount, who had lived for a long time, looked gentle and gentle, but in fact, it wasn't much better than the rest of legalism. This time, if it weren't for the old lady and him, Du Xiaoyao, little Xingxing, and the others would have been in big trouble. Chapter 2044. Boom! The void trembled as Du Xiaofu walked out. As he stepped forward, an 8 trigrams diagram appeared in the void around him. Whoosh! The 8 trigrams diagram connected with each other in all directions, like dazzling divine rings spreading into the distance. When the 8 trigrams appeared in the sky, a powerful aura instantly descended upon the void of the ancient mountain range. Roar! Within the 8 trigrams diagram, there were the cries of thousands of beasts, mountains, and lakes moving horizontally, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, wind and rain alternating, mountains and rivers appearing, and the sun, moon, and stars changing. There were also phantoms of the purple flame demonic phoenix, the grass of immortality, and the dark seeker grass. All the profound techniques that Du Xiaofu had comprehended appeared within the 8 trigrams diagram at this moment. They merged into one and spread towards the Zhujian. What kind of technique is this? It's so terrifying. Feng Fenchen, Qi Xingchen, and the other experts were also shocked. They could clearly feel that the strange diagram had an aura that made their souls tremble and their primordial spirits tremble. The aura was vast and boundless. It descended upon the depths of the souls of living beings for no reason. The vast power made people tremble. When the 8 trigrams diagram spread over, Huang Zhu's expression changed. The Zhujian's fierce eyes trembled, and there were waves surging. The terrifying power wanted to imprison it and suppress it. Roar! Rumble! Within the 8 trigrams diagram, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit body was not suppressed at all. Spiritual thunder exploded and continuously attacked the Zhujian. The green spirit armor was shattered, the physical body was shattered, and the bloody holes were blurred and covered in blood. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu stepped on the 8 trigrams diagram, and the light was still monstrous. The galaxy circled, the grass of immortality, the dark seeker grass, and various other profound techniques surrounded it. It was natural, and it was like a miracle. Heavenly thunder destruction. Heavenly fire destruction. Rumble. Rumble. In the void, heavenly thunder suddenly descended. Monstrous electric arcs swept across the sky, and flames filled the sky. The entire ancient mountain range trembled and rumbled. Heaven and earth turned upside down, and the sky seemed to be on the verge of cracking. Cracks were spreading out. Heaven and earth rumbled as the sky trembled. The terrifying aura caused the entire space to tremble. Du Xiaofu activated the 8 trigrams diagram and used the 8 trigrams diagram to suppress Zhu Jian. This old steed of legalism had attacked little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao along the way. This was a plan to uproot the desolate country. Du Xiaofu had no intention of letting him go. Even if he had to pay the price, he had to kill him today. Puqi, Huang Zhu's Zhujian's true body vomited blood. It already couldn't gain any advantage against Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit and the crimson monkey's body. Now, with Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams, it was no longer able to gain the upper hand. This terrifying aura was too powerful with a holy aura. He's too strong. No wonder he didn't need us to intervene. This demon king wants to establish his might and intimidate everyone. He has the strength to do so. Feng Fendin was shocked. This method was too terrifying. No wonder this little demon king didn't need them to intervene. He had enough capital. Child, you're too stubborn. Do you really think you're invincible below the Saint Plane? Do you really think you can kill everyone below the Saint Plane? Zhu Jian roared. Every inch of its huge body was covered with dazzling runes. It was incomparably blazing, like a burning divine fire that swept out in all directions. The aura on Huang Zhu's body continued to rise in an instant. Under the terrifying aura, Huang Zhu gradually resisted Du Xiaofu's attacks from all directions. This old steed has actually reached this level. At this moment, the eyes of the old lady of the golden-winged rocks rippled. Her golden eyes revealed a serious look. This is, at the same time, Feng Fendin and Qi Xingqian seemed to have sensed something as well. Their expressions changed greatly. Rumble. Zhu Jian roared. It was like the sound of the heavens, rumbling. The sound waves were like surging white arcs of lightning, mixed with a terrifying pressure that could shatter everything. There were also several kinds of terrifying profound meanings that caused the world to change color. At this moment, Huang Zhu not only resisted Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams and spiritual thunder of the primordial spirit, but also counterattacked Du Xiaofu. Could this old steed have already stepped into the Saint Plane? Du Xiaofu's eyes also surged with shock. At this moment, the aura on this old steed's body had risen by a lot compared to before. This kind of aura made Du Xiaofu feel like the Saint Plane experts of the dragons, legalism, and school of vertical and horizontal. He couldn't help but tremble in his heart and feel a chill down his spine. It's not the true Saint Plane, but it's infinitely close to the Saint Plane. This old steed is probably very close to the Saint Plane. However, after carefully sensing it, Du Xiaofu felt that something was different. This old steed wasn't the true Saint Plane, but was very close to it. However, it was much more powerful than the half-saint cultivation of the horned dragon and the other half-saint cultivators. It even had the true might of a saint, which could suppress him in essence. I've already surpassed the half-saint plane. I'm very close to the true Saint Plane. You're no longer a match for me. Huang Zhu spoke. His voice was melodious and contained killing intent. Several profound meanings merged together, causing half of the sky to darken. Crack crack, the 8 trigrams in the void was cracking as if it was about to be overturned. The galaxy was shattering. The grass of immortality and dark seeker grass were withering. The lightning was dimming. The mountains and rivers were cracking. Everything was being destroyed. Oh no, how did that old man suddenly become stronger? Qi Yeshi, Zi Xian, Huang Ling, and Zhou Xiaoluo all turned pale. They clearly saw that the old steed was being suppressed, but it suddenly became so powerful. This old steed has reached the sage-to-be realm. He's very close to the true Saint Plane. He only needs one last opportunity to become a saint. Qi Xingqian seemed to be responding to Qi Yeshi. His eyes shone brightly like ripples of starlight. The sage-to-be realm was the level closest to the true Saint Plane. One opportunity was enough to become a saint. Qi Xingqian hadn't reached that level yet. His voice was filled with shock as he continued, he's burning his vitality. This is his true power to deal with Du Xiaofu. Ancestor, can he still resist? Qi Yeshi's heart sank when she heard this. It wasn't difficult to feel from Qi Xingqian's expression that the old steed's cultivation was at the sage-to-be realm. It was much stronger than a half-saint. Du Xiaofu had been severely injured. She couldn't help but worry. Let's wait and see first. Qi Xingqian's expression turned serious. Du Xiaofu had already killed 4 half-saints, but he was also severely injured. He was at the end of his rope. At this moment, he had probably used all his strength. It was impossible for him to resist Huang Zhu's old steed. Otherwise, it would be too heaven-defying. A sage-to-be realm cultivator could fight a true Saint Plain cultivator. Zhu Jian's body soared into the sky, shining brightly. The void was constantly shattering. Du Xiaofu was being defeated. Puff. Du Xiaofu spat out another mouthful of blood. The bloody hole on the surface of his body cracked. His injuries were spreading. He couldn't hold on any longer. Chapter 2045. Creak. Without any delay, Du Xiaofu called his primordial spirit back into his glabella. He could not allow anything to happen to his primordial spirit. Although his primordial spirit and physical body had the advantage of attacking at the same time, it also consumed a lot of energy. Obviously, his primordial spirit was no longer of much use to the old mount. Du Xiaofu could only call it back. Screech. When the primordial spirit was called back, a huge purple gold thunder rock appeared in the 8 trigrams void diagram. It flapped its wings and a vast and domineering aura swept out. Its entire body was covered with dense purple gold electric arcs, which rapidly twisted and gathered into dazzling purple gold thunderbolts to fight against the huge Zhu Jian. This was the condensation of Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein and the supreme beast energy of the great golden-winged rock race. It merged with the 8 trigrams void diagram. This is a kind of suppression that comes from the realm. It has not stepped into the true saint realm, but it is not far away. It has touched the edge of the saint realm. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed in the huge purple gold thunder rock's shadow. Du Xiaofu felt the suppression of the realm from the Zhu Jian. It was difficult for him to deal with the old mount, and he was suppressed by it. This is troublesome. The yellow gold thunder rock's strength suddenly skyrocketed, and its aura flourished. Everyone began to gasp for Du Xiaofu. At this moment, everyone could feel that although the demon king Du Xiaofu had killed 4 demi-saints at the speed of lightning and at the cost of his own life, he was severely injured and exhausted. If this continued, it would be difficult for him to deal with the Zhu Jian. This old mount is also giving it his all. He has cultivated for a long time and has reached the level of quasi-saint. The saint realm is within his reach, but he is also nearing the end of his life. He entered this place in search of opportunities to become a saint. Right now, the old mount is burning its life force. It's committing suicide. Even if it can kill its opponent, it might end up dying. He had seen through Huang Zhu's current situation. Encountering a junior like Du Xiaofu, even if Huang Zhu had a chance to win, it would be equivalent to suicide. In order to kill Du Xiaofu, this old mount was willing to burn his life force. This was enough to show how much killing intent he had towards Du Xiaofu. Bang bang. At the same time, the battle between Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein and the purple gold thunder rock, which was formed by the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock, had reached its climax. The battle was getting more and more intense. Every collision seemed to be earth-shattering. The Zhu Jian roared. Its voice was also a kind of innate ability that could shake one's mind. Infinite strength was also one of the innate abilities of the Zhu Jian. Considering that it had fused several profound meanings, its attack was very terrifying. Its whole body was shining brightly. It was like a supreme beast that could crush stars. Many creatures were shocked. The experts from the School of Agriculture, School of Moism, School of Yin Yang, and Phoenix race were all astonished. This old mount of legalism was really terrifying. Gee. Although Du Xiaofu was being suppressed and was retreating, he was still resisting. Qi La. The huge purple-gold thunder rock's sharp claws tore the void. It flapped its wings and thunder was tens of thousands of feet long. It fought fiercely with the Zhujian, shattering the heaven and earth. It was overbearing and fierce. Within the purple-gold thunder rock, Du Xiaofu was covered in blood. This Huang Zhu was much stronger than other half-saints. He was definitely a formidable opponent. This can't go on. Do I need to use the purple thunder profound cauldron to fight? At this point, Du Xiaofu was a little scared. If this went on, the consequences would be serious. He might even be defeated. This old mount, whose strength had suddenly skyrocketed, had been suppressing him. Du Xiaofu felt that it was difficult for him to resist even if he used all his strength, let alone kill this old mount. However, if he used the purple thunder profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu was also afraid. The purple thunder profound cauldron was indeed his last trump card. It was also his most powerful weapon. However, with his current consumption, it was difficult for him to even use the black-yellow Emperor's seal. He was completely relying on the supreme beast ability of the golden-winged rock and the power of the thunder martial vein to resist. Even if he used the purple thunder profound cauldron, he would only be able to resist this old mount for a while. It was impossible for him to kill it. With his current strength, Du Xiaofu estimated that he would not be able to use the purple thunder profound cauldron for long. He would not be able to do anything to this old mount. Once he was truly exhausted, he would be the one to suffer. The old mount's strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Even if the old lady was still watching from the side, Du Xiaofu was still a little worried. He did not know if the old lady could withstand it. Du Xiaofu knew very well that the old lady had not reached the true level of the Saint Realm. If I can go further, even if it's a small step, it will be enough, Du Xiaofu thought in his heart. At this moment, he was being suppressed. This kind of suppression did not come from Qi, but from the realm. He was at the peak of the undying realm. If he could go further, even by a small step, Du Xiaofu was confident that he could reverse the situation again. However, this step, even if it was a small step, was difficult to take at the peak of the undying realm. Everything could only rely on luck and comprehension. There was no other way. Puff, under the impact of the terrible power, Du Xiaofu vomited blood again. Why can't I feel the Saint Realm? Du Xiaofu was also thinking in his heart. He had been at the peak of the undying realm for a long time, but why couldn't he feel the Saint Realm? If this went on, not to mention that he was already in danger, he could not do anything to this old mount. In the future, he might end up like this old mount, stopping at a certain level until the oil lamp finally ran out. What is the Saint Realm? Du Xiaofu shouted in his heart. While fighting a strong enemy, his body was covered in blood. At the same time, he was thinking, comprehending, and wanted to explore the Saint Realm. Rumble, the giant hoof of Zhujian broke the sky and collided with the wing of the purple gold thunder rock. The surrounding void collapsed inch by inch. Puff, Du Xiaofu vomited blood again. The giant body of the purple gold thunder rock merged with the 8 trigrams diagram and was knocked back together. This old mount's hoof contains a terrible power ultimacy. Is this the prerequisite to approaching the Saint Realm? Under the hoof of Zhujian, Du Xiaofu was knocked back. He also vaguely felt that the hoof contained a crushing power of the realm and infinite power. Du Xiaofu felt that it was the power that he could not resist and was knocked back continuously. That kind of power seemed to have reached a kind of extreme, containing the power of heaven and earth. This sudden discovery made Du Xiaofu ponder. The power ultimacy seemed to be flawless and was close to perfection. The power was too strong. It was not something that could be resisted by force. It was a crushing power that surpassed power. Chapter 2046. No flaws, perfect, could it be? Du Xiaofu seemed to have grasped something and immediately fell into deep thought. G. However, Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein and supreme beast energy of the golden rock race were still fused with the 8 trigrams profound, and they were continuously resisting Huang Zhu's ferocious attacks. What is that brat doing? Something's not right. Huang Zhu seemed to have sensed something, and his huge ferocious eyes stared at Du Xiaofu in the purple-gold thunder rock. At this moment, Huang Zhu had a bad premonition. The light on his body became even brighter, and his attacks became even more ferocious and fierce. His killing intent soared to the sky and shattering the void. Du Xiaofu instinctively resisted with all his strength. The 8 trigrams profound, thunder martial vein, and supreme beast energy of the golden rock race were all doing their best. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was having a harder time. Du Xiaofu was constantly being pushed back, and his injuries were getting more and more serious. More and more blood was flowing out of his body. Rumble. In the sky, the fierce battle between Little Xingxing, Horned Dragon, and Silent Snake had reached its climax. Horned Dragon and Silent Snake were fighting 2 against 1, but they were still being pushed back by Little Xingxing. Their indestructible heavenly snake bodies and dragon bodies were covered in blood, and their skin and flesh were torn. Heavenly Snake swallows the stars. Silent Snake's true body roared ferociously. His bloody snake body suddenly shone brightly, and a huge heavenly snake phantom was projected on his true body. His ferocious head was especially huge, and his huge mouth was roaring furiously. Endless pressure and light rushed out, trying to swallow Little Xingxing. Heavenly Snake swallows the stars. This is the strongest innate skill of the heavenly snake race. This old snake has also been pushed to the extreme. An elder from the school of Yin Yang spoke. He recognized the strongest innate skill of the heavenly snake race. You overestimate yourself. Facing Silent Snake's strongest skill of the heavenly snake race, Little Xingxing had no intention of taking it seriously. As he spoke, a dazzling ink-black runic light spread out from the black tortoise divine shell on the surface of his body. Suddenly, an illusory beast phantom, like a dragon's roar, soared into the sky. Roar! This illusory beast was completely black, but it was dazzling and resplendent. Its entire body was covered in scales, and the turtle and snake intertwined. It was as if it was alive, and it brought with it a huge pressure. A majestic energy aura quietly spread out. This was the shadow of the black tortoise. Under this aura, even the sky was distorted. Spatial ripples spread out in all directions like a raging tide, enveloping the sky in an instant. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying energy came from all directions, causing spatial cracks to ripple in the surrounding void. This was the aura of a supreme being. Under this terrifying might, the beasts watching from afar trembled and prostrated themselves. It was as if their bodies were about to explode. That kind of pressure came from the depths of the beast's soul, and it was impossible to resist. Silent Snake's soul throbbed, and the huge shadow was destroyed without any resistance. Pu, the shadow of the black tortoise ruthlessly crushed Shimo's body, causing him to continuously vomit blood. Shimo's aura was withering, and his body was expanding as if it was about to explode. No, Silent Snake roared, and fear gushed out from his ferocious eyes. At this moment, he felt a terrifying power appear in the depths of his beast's soul and body. It was expanding wildly, destroying everything, and it was unstoppable. Bang bang, immediately after, the huge body of the heavenly snake exploded after expanding. Blood rained down, and the void shattered inch by inch. Roar! The dragon roared like thunder. At this moment, a beam of energy suddenly burst out from the horned dragon's bloody mouth, shooting out from behind Little Xingxing. The energy beam carried with it a terrifying force, and it directly fell on Little Xingxing's back. Boom! The energy beam fell, causing the entire space to tremble, and an incomparably violent energy was instantly released from little Xingxing's back. This was the horned dragon's all-out attack, and it suddenly fell, causing Feng Fenchen, Huang Ling, Huang Wu, Feng Han, and the other powerhouses to feel their hearts rise to their throats. However, such a terrifying attack directly hit little Xingxing's back, and it only caused the black tortoise pattern on little Xingxing's back to dim. Little Xingxing's reddish-gold dragon body only trembled slightly. How could the pitiful horned dragon know that in terms of defense, little Xingxing's original body was simply superior to Du Xiaofu, who had painstakingly cultivated? The black tortoise's body was immune to physical attacks. Although little Xingxing was in the form of a dragon, he possessed the true bloodline of the black tortoise. He had inherited the terrifying talent of being immune to physical attacks, and after completely fusing with the black tortoise divine shell, his defense was probably even stronger than his father, the dragon god, when he was at the same level of cultivation. The horned dragon had already expended a lot of energy, so how could his attack have much effect at this moment? Mixed blood dragon, you're courting death. At the same time, little Xingxing's huge body stood upright, and as he flapped his wings, an extremely dense pressure spread out. The entire space trembled, and blazing flames filled the sky. The third eye mark on his forehead suddenly opened, and a resplendent beam of light shot into the sky. The resplendent beam of light instantly enveloped the horned dragon like a curtain of light. A terrifying draconic might immediately descended, and a soul attack that blotted out the sky also spread out in the sky at the same time. As the curtain of light enveloped him, the astonishing draconic might cause the blood in Feng Fenchen and the other experts to boil, and their beast souls to tremble. The horned dragon was shocked by the abnormal dragon's abnormal defense. After exchanging blows, he gained a whole new understanding of the dragon. However, all of this was too late. Under the curtain of light, the horned dragon's soul was trembling, as if it was submitting, as if it was facing a real dragon. Roar! Within the curtain of light, the shadow of a green dragon roared out. The runes were resplendent, and it carried a terrifying draconic might. In an instant, it passed through the horned dragon's body. At this moment, the horned dragon seemed to have no power to resist at all. As the green dragon's shadow passed through, the dragon's eyes became dull, and its body stopped in midair. It was as if the dragon's soul had been greatly affected. Little lion, it's over. In the vast sky, there was a sea of scarlet fire. A gigantic red-bone horse monkey sat on the back of a red-bone demonic lion. Its spiritual eyes looked down, and golden light shone from its body. Its vast aura suppressed the heavens and earth. It grabbed the lion's mane with one hand and punched the lion's head with a force that could shatter the chaos. Bang! The light on the red-bone demon lion's head dimmed, and the lion's fierce eyes shrank, revealing a look of despair. Then, its head exploded in an instant. Everything happened too quickly. The half-saint lion, one of the top experts of the red-bone demon lion clan, had its soul destroyed just like that. The surrounding creatures were horrified, and their hair stood on end. The demon king Du Xiaofu was terrifying, and that little dragon was terrifying. At this moment, even the red-bone horse-ape was so tyrannical and savage. Whoosh! Demonic energy wreaked havoc as the huge demonic vulture flapped its wings, stirring up a storm. Its sharp claws tore through the void, and its sharp beak was like a hook as it dived towards Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse-ape. Clang clang, dazzling light and sparks flew in all directions. When the demonic vulture's sharp claws fell, the red-bone horse-ape's body emitted a golden light and turned into a huge five-fingered mountain. Dense spiritual energy spread out, connecting with the energy of heaven and earth. The terrifying power was like a long rainbow, and in an instant, the sky was filled with golden talismans and mysterious runes. The aura was supreme. Whoosh! The demonic vulture's incomparably sharp claws, which could crush everything, landed on the five-fingered mountain, but it only brought about a lot of fluctuations of golden runes. Rumble! At the same time, the golden five-fingered mountain seemed to be able to crush everything and suppress all life in the world. It directly collided with the demonic vulture's body and suppressed it. The demonic vulture was forced to retreat, spitting out blood from its mouth, and its demonic energy dissipated. The profound is complete and flawless. It is infinitely perfect in the limited realm. Is this the saint realm? In the phantom of the golden-winged rock, Du Xiaofu fell into a short period of comprehension during the battle and was immersed in a wonderful state. Du Xiaofu spat out blood again. Under the impact of the huge killing intent of the Zhu Jian, he kept retreating. The light dimmed, and the shrunken 8 trigrams void diagram cracked again. Such an impact also made Du Xiaofu unable to immerse himself in comprehension. He woke up with a start, and his eyes surged with purplish golden light, becoming very bright in an instant. Bang bang! At this moment, little stars' 100-foot-long wings were like the wings of a phoenix, spreading blazing flames. Starlight flowed on the dragon scales, accompanied by the domineering aura of the golden-winged rock clan, and a terrifying supreme aura swept across the sky, causing heaven and earth to tremble. The dragon claws under its belly fell on the sluggish horned dragon's head and tore it apart with a thunderous force. Rumble! Almost at the same time, a huge 5-fingered mountain appeared on the demonic vulture's body in the golden light. It was as if a divine mountain had fallen from the 9 heavens. The crushed demonic vulture's body fell straight down from the sky, spitting out large amounts of blood. The light on its body dimmed, and its demonic energy dissipated. Under the suppression of the 5-fingered mountain, the demonic vulture's body was finally crushed to the ground. Crack crack, the cracks on the ground spread out in all directions with the demonic vulture's body as the center. The earth shook as if there was an earthquake. Kacha! The 5-fingered mountain changed, and Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse monkey walked out. It stomped heavily on the demonic vulture's head, and the golden talisman runes surged out like golden lightning, crushing the demonic vulture's head. What a terrifying little dragon, what a terrifying red-bone horse monkey. These guys from the desolate country are too abnormal. How can there be such abnormal existences in this world? The entire place was shaken and stupefied. It was one thing for the Demon King to be so savage and terrifying. This little dragon was just as ferocious and terrifying as the red-bone horse monkey. It was 1 against 2, and each of them had killed 2 sage-to-be experts. In the sky, Huang Zhu's body, Zhu Jian, was spying on the battlefield from the corner of his eyes. The loss of the horned dragon, Ho Shi, Shemo, and Ning Jiu caused great waves in Huang Zhu's heart. He was even more shocked that the red-bone horse monkey and the demonic vulture were so abnormal. Sky-trampling hooves. Without any hesitation, Huang Zhu shouted loudly. Terrifying divine power gushed out from his huge body. It contained the energy of heaven and earth and fused with his will. His body shone resplendently, as if a divine fire was burning. It connected with heaven and earth, and was incomparably blazing, resonating with the sky. Chapter 2047. Boom! The Zhujian's hoof stomped out, and light overflowed into the sky. It became infinitely huge, as if it was stomping down from the 9 heavens. The terrifying energy fluctuation caused a deep pit to appear on the ground. The space was turbulent like waves, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread in all directions. Such a hoof caused the expressions of the creatures in the distance to change. Such a hoof was too terrifying. It created a phenomenon of heaven and earth. It was as if stars were shattering, mountains and rivers were turning into dust, and the void was distorting, the heaven-trampling hoof, that old mount's innate ability, and also its strongest killing move. Feng Fendin couldn't help but speak. Under such a hoof, his beast soul also trembled. That old mount had already used its true killing move. Rumor has it that the Zhujian race had a peerless powerhouse who could compete with the supreme beast race. The heaven-trampling hoof can crush the stars in the world. Qi Xingqian spoke. He believed that under the heaven-trampling hoof, he wouldn't be able to resist it with all his strength. The old lady of the golden-winged rock race floated in the air. Her eyes flickered with golden light as she watched everything closely. Such a hoof made her expression turn serious. Du Xiaofu also felt the terror of that hoof. Even his soul in his Naiwan palace was throbbing. Roar, almost subconsciously, Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and the purple-gold heavenly tower appeared in his palm again. With a rumble, resplendent runes appeared in the air. He slashed out with his sword, and phantoms of an azure dragon, a white tiger, a phoenix, and a black tortoise spiraled out. Such a sword was simple and neat, but there was an incomparably domineering aura that suddenly spread out from that sword. Wherever the sword light passed, the space almost collapsed, revealing a vacuum as it slashed towards that terrifying hoof. Vermilion bird burn. In the blink of an eye, little Xingqian's golden body appeared beside the purple-gold thunder rock that enveloped Du Xiaofu. They stood together, their wings spread, and their auras erupted. A resplendent seven-colored vermilion bird phantom appeared, and seven-colored divine light flooded the sky and the void. Such a vermilion bird phantom was too shocking. It was as if it had crossed time and space, causing the space to riot. It could suppress time and space, and there were monstrous seven-colored flames that burned the world. This is the vermilion bird's innate ability, my race's ability. The disciples of the Phoenix clan were boiling with excitement. That was the innate gift of the vermilion bird, the divine ability of the Phoenix. The pressure from the phantom had already caused the blood of the disciples of the Phoenix clan to burn, and their bloodline and divine souls trembled. The great calamity is coming. The vermilion bird has reappeared. Feng Fenlian trembled. The pressure contained within the vermilion bird phantom made him want to prostrate himself. The pressure that came from his bloodline and soul was something he could not resist. He could only revere. Roar. At practically the exact same moment, the enormous body of a red-bone horse monkey stood up in unison, and the inaction rebirth energy behind it rumbled like the sound of the heavens resounding out. A fist swept out in all directions, suppressing all living things, and it blasted explosively towards the Zhujian's hoof. The giant hooves trampled the heavens, intending to destroy everything. The sword aura shattered the heavens and the earth. Everywhere it passed, the ground exploded and turned into an abyss. The phantom of the vermilion bird burned the heavens, and its supreme beast might crushed the skies. The golden fist swept out in all directions, suppressing everything. Bang bang bang. The four energies collided together, and the thunderous explosion reverberated in the heavens, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. The pitch-black cracks in the void were swept away by the broken runes, and the violent energy surged out like a tsunami. After reaching a certain distance, it stopped. Chi-la-la, the four enormous bodies retreated amidst the violent energy. Pft! Du Xiaofu vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand shone, dripping with blood, and the purple-gold thunder rock behind him dimmed. Du Xiaoyao's mouth was also stained with blood. It was a wisp of golden liquid that condensed and did not dissipate, emitting a resplendent light. Little Xingxing's mouth was overflowing with blood. In his eyes, golden flames were burning, as if golden scarlet lightning was flickering. Dang dang, this time, Huang Zhu was also in a very sorry state. His enormous body staggered back in the void. Not only was his innate ability blocked, but there was also blood dripping from the soles of his feet like a bloody mist. The three energies did not allow Huang Zhu to gain the slightest advantage, and he was injured. His enormous eyes were filled with shock, and the light was as frightening as a knife. The crimson gold mutant dragon, the red-bone horse monkey, and the purple gold thunder rock stood together in the void. Their vast power made countless people tremble. Everyone's expression stiffened. That enormous Zhujian was bleeding, and it did not gain the slightest advantage. Demon King Du Xiaofu, red-bone horse monkey Du Xiaoyao, and the purple star demonic dragon emperor. They are too strong. Many creatures gasped, and their faces were filled with shock. The three terrifying figures of the desolate country were too terrifying. Huang Zhu stood in the void, and the blood was no longer flowing from his soles. The enormous body of the Zhujian was emitting a resplendent light, like the sun. His eyes were fixed on the three enormous bodies in front of him. They had miscalculated. They originally wanted to catch the three of them in one fell swoop, and uproot the desolate country. However, at this moment, Huang Zhu realized that they had lost the best opportunity. The three terrifying juniors had grown to a frightening degree, and it would be difficult to eliminate them so easily. With the growth speed of the three juniors, it would not take long for them to crush legalism. It was a mistake. Those idiots from legalism deserve to die. Huang Zhu looked at Du Xiaofu and said. He was sighing. Legalism could not tolerate such a junior back then, and sent him to his death. If such a junior was a disciple of legalism, and was used by legalism, then the 9 great clans, including the Phoenix clan and the Dragons, would not be able to contend against legalism. Unfortunately, everything had come to this point. He should have been a peerless genius of legalism, but now, he was the biggest threat to legalism. In the future, this junior would be able to destroy legalism, and uproot the foundation of legalism. Child, you are the most talented junior I have ever seen in my life. I'm afraid you are even stronger than your sister Xiaojing. Huang Zhu's colossal body made its way towards Du Xiaofu. His expression suddenly became gentle, and he smiled. It was filled with determination and determination. He said slowly, I'm old, and I don't have much longer to live. It's a pity that I haven't touched upon this final step even in death. Before I die, let me do one last thing for the school of legalism. As his voice faded, Huang Zhu's enormous Zhujian body burst out with auspicious light, like a burning flame. An astonishing energy fluctuation swept across the void, and the void trembled. Old thing, come at me. Little Xing Xing was fearless. He flapped his wings, and the aura of a supreme beast surged. He wanted to contend against Huang Zhu again. There's something wrong with this old guy. Du Xiaoyao's golden spirit eyes changed color as he felt something was wrong. It's too late, no one can stop me. With the strength of my oil lamp, I will eliminate you all and eliminate the threat of legalism. I won't let down my master's kindness. In an instant, Huang Zhu's enormous body had already arrived. The radiance on his body was extremely bright, and the runes were like ripples spreading out. It was as if a tsunami was going to drown everything. Chapter 2048. All of a sudden, Huang Zhu's gigantic Zhujian's body began to swell. Its aura was wild and violent, causing the void to tremble and the mountains below to explode inch by inch. It was a terrifying sight to behold. On the gigantic Zhujian's body, mysterious runes were channeling the energy of heaven and earth, causing its aura to skyrocket. It carried with it holy will as it swept down from the sky. Du Xiaofu was shocked. He shouted at Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing, this old fellow is going to self-destruct. Be careful. Xiaofu, be careful. At the same time, the old lady's expression changed drastically. Her eyes shone with golden light as she dashed out. Old friend, it's too late. Trust me, they'll be fine. However, at this moment, such a voice was heard. A skinny old man appeared in front of the old lady who was about to rush out. This Zhujian has burned its life force and ignited the profound meaning in its body to self-destruct. You won't be able to escape unscathed. If old tortoise says it'll be fine, then it'll be fine. At the same time, a skinny and tall figure landed beside the old lady, Garuda Mola. This was an old man. However, his skinny face was ruddy. Under his faint eyebrows, a pair of benevolent eyes shone with golden light. The old man was dressed in a long golden robe embroidered with the pattern of golden wings of a great rock. The golden light was faintly discernible, as if it was about to flap its wings and fly out. His aura was restrained, but for some reason, it made the living creatures around him feel oppressed. Everything happened too quickly. When the two old men appeared, the aura of Huang Zhu's real body, Zhu Jian, also rose to the peak. His body seemed to have expanded. Space cracks that made people's hearts palpitate appeared in the surrounding space at the same time. Exchanging my withered body for your lives, it's not a loss at all. As he spoke, Zhu Jian's swollen body suddenly exploded. A terrifying muffled sound reverberated in the sky. Rumble, the space exploded, shooting out a blinding light. A monstrous force spread out, blasting a huge deep hole in the entire space. A series of spatial cracks spread out in the sky. These were not spatial ripples, but spatial cracks that had materialized. Dark, deep, and palpitating light permeated the air. Roar! However, at the same time, an ink-black light gushed out from the center of the explosion. It seemed like an illusion, yet it also seemed like a material object. It transformed into an enormous tortoise shell that erupted with resplendent black light and surged with the might of a supreme beast. Boom! A golden five-fingered mountain appeared at the same time, emitting boundless golden light and surging pressure. It was like a long rainbow, and golden talisman markings that covered the sky were released, as if they could crush and suppress everything in the world. Rumble! Purple electric arcs filled the sky, and a domineering destructive pressure swept out. The void was suddenly filled with purple thunderclouds, and a three-legged cauldron occupied the void. It seemed to fuse with the huge ink-black tortoise shell and the huge five-fingered mountain peak. The terrifying energy seemed to overturn the heavens, shatter the heavens, and destroy the earth. Everything in its path was destroyed. Feng Fenchen, Qi Xingqian, and the other powerhouses looked at each other. They formed hand seals at the same time, and each of them drew upon the energy of heaven and earth. Profound energy surged, and they immediately formed a huge, invisible circle of light that protected the juniors of the Phoenix clan, the school of Yin Yang, and the others. Back off quickly. The powerhouses of the other forces shouted and moved together. They blocked the destructive aftershocks that swept through the void, forcing the young disciples to back off again. Whoosh, terrifying energy runes blotted out the sky and swept out. Although many people tried to defend against it, the terrifying energy overturned the space and exploded the void. Many people were swept up by the aftershocks and suffered heavy injuries. There were even some creatures that suffered unexpected disasters. The terrifying commotion only calmed down after a while. That old Mount's self-destruction has ignited its profound. Even a true Saint Realm powerhouse would not dare to take it head-on. Powerhouses like Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingqian looked at each other as they watched the shattered void that was slowly recovering. If they had taken that terrifying self-destruction head-on, the result would have been obvious. It was unlikely that they would have been able to escape. Not to mention them, even the true Saint Realm powerhouses would not have dared to take it head-on. The old lady, Jialo Maoyuo, had a serious look in her eyes. She frowned as she stared at the chaotic void. That old Mount's self-destruction was comparable to that of a true Saint Realm powerhouse. It was too terrifying. Beside the old lady, the thin elder's eyes flashed with a faint golden light as he looked at the chaotic void. The chaotic and shattered void was recovering. A purple three-legged thunder cauldron appeared, and a golden five-fingered mountain peak appeared in the sky. A crimson golden dragon swept out from under the huge turtle shell. The purple thunder cauldron, the golden five-fingered mountain peak, and the huge turtle shell were extremely dim. They then retracted and turned into three figures that appeared in the void. The three figures spat out blood at the same time. They were Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaofu. That bastard is really ruthless. At this moment, Du Xiaoyao's golden clothes were torn in places. His aura was chaotic, his hair was messy, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His golden spirit eyes were filled with anger. Du Xiaoyao's injuries were not light. He knew that if the three of them had not joined forces to defend, he would not have been able to withstand that old mount's self-destruction alone. That old man, humph. Little Xingxing pouted as blood flowed from his mouth. He was also injured, but he was much better than Du Xiaoyao. It seemed that under the impact of that terrifying power, she was only injured. Du Xiaofu was the most miserable at this moment. His body was already cracked, dripping with blood, and the gaping holes were even more serious now. He was extremely weak and dispirited. Du Xiaofu looked up and put the purple thunder profound cauldron back into his body. That old mount's self-destruction was too terrifying, and he still had lingering fears. Just now, he had joined forces with Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the purple thunder profound cauldron to barely withstand it. However, the three of them were also injured. If they had taken it on by themselves, even with the purple thunder profound cauldron, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Gosh, they're fine. They're still alive. Those three are too strong. They're all freaks. When the crowd looked at the three bodies in horror, they immediately boiled over. That kind of self-destruction that could destroy everything was unable to do anything to the three of them. If that terrifying Zhujian of legalism was still alive at this moment and knew that its self-destruction did not have the result it wanted, its expression would probably be very good. Boom! Suddenly, the sky trembled as a vast wave of energy shook the 9 heavens. A palm print stretched out from the depths of the sky. Resplendent runes shone, causing a strange phenomenon to appear in the sky. Within the palm print, the shadow of stars appeared. There were ferocious beasts roaring and ferocious birds flapping their wings. The momentum was unparalleled. It was as if a side of the world had descended and directly slapped towards Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao. Chapter 2049. The sudden appearance of the palm made all the living beings present, including the super-experts, tremble in fear. Saint Realm, this is a true Saint Realm expert. A cultivator exclaimed in surprise. Such terrifying power was as if a part of the world was falling. This was the attack of a true Saint Plane cultivator. A true Saint Realm expert had entered the heavenly devil battlefield. Legalism, old bastard, get out of my way. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the clouds and cracked the stones, rolling like thunder. Everyone was stunned, almost thinking that they had heard wrongly. Someone was actually disregarding a Saint Realm expert and telling him to get out of their way. However, something even more shocking happened. Just as the terrifying palm print fell, the sky was filled with golden light. It was as if a golden ocean had emerged from the void. Golden spatial ripples rose like tides. Whoosh, the wings of a golden-winged rock appeared, like a golden torrent hanging in the sky, covering the sun. Golden talisman patterns flickered, emitting a blazing light, carrying an incomparably domineering and fierce aura. The ferocious aura spread, causing the sky to tremble, causing everyone to tremble in fear. This is the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock race. Countless living beings were shocked. The pressure radiating from the golden-winged Great Pang's wings made the surrounding beasts want to prostrate themselves on the ground. Compared to the aura of the Saint Martial Realm cultivators, the golden-winged Great Pang's aura was even more domineering. When these two attacks collided, it was as if two worlds were colliding, shaking the runes that filled the sky. The sky trembled violently, as if the world was about to be destroyed, drowning everything. The terrifying palm was blocked in the void, and a thin and tall old man appeared silently beside Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man beside him in shock. The old man's thin face was ruddy, and his eyes were bright. Golden light rippled, and the golden robe on his body was embroidered with the pattern of the golden-winged rock. It was like a living creature, about to flap its wings and fly out, its aura domineering. Greetings, grandfather. In an instant, Du Xiaofu bowed respectfully. The aura of the elder in front of him made his rock blood boil. Although Du Xiaofu had only seen the elder's true form before, he recognized the elder's identity. The elder in front of him was the grandfather of the golden-winged great rocks, a saint of the golden-winged great rocks. Ha 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 ha, well done. You are the descendant of the golden rocks after all. The elder laughed out loud. His voice was like thunder as it rolled out in all directions. He couldn't help but feel happy. Child, quickly heal your injuries. With him here, everything will be fine. The old lady also arrived by Du Xiaofu's side. She had already stuffed a large amount of treasured herbs into Du Xiaofu's hands. She did not forget about little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao. However, when she saw Du Xiaofu's body that was riddled with cracks and wounds, she felt extremely pained. Great-grandfather, great-grandmother. Little Xingxing took the treasured herbs from the old lady and stuffed them into his mouth. His mouth was full of multicolored light as he bowed to the two elders. Not bad, not bad. Great-grandfather will give you a greeting gift later. The elder looked at little Xingxing with surprise in his eyes. How could he not detect the aura of the golden-winged great rocks on little Xingxing's body? He was surprised and happy at the same time. He had gained an extraordinary grandson for free. Now, he even had a great-grandson. The golden-winged great rocks were going to prosper. That's a saint of the golden-winged great rocks. He's also here. It seems that saints are allowed to enter the heavenly devil battlefield. The one who launched the sneak attack just now seemed to be a legalism saint. Are the saints going to fight? It's going to be an earth-shattering battle. The surrounding creatures cried out in surprise, their faces full of shock. Boom, in the depths of the void, there was a shocking aura. The vast aura was like the birth of a fiend god. A resplendent figure slowly appeared. The surroundings were resplendent, making him look like a god. The surrounding creatures couldn't help but feel a pressure from the depths of their souls, making them want to bow down and worship him. However, at this moment, the godlike figure had an ugly expression. Anger surged in his eyes as he stared straight at the old man who had attacked the golden-winged great rocks. He said, "Jialo Batian, that brat killed so many of my legalism's experts. You have to give me an explanation today." It's him. Du Xiaofu recognized the newcomer. The figure in the void was the Saint Martial realm expert of the legalism. He had been ravaged by Fui Bai before. It was him who had launched a sneak attack on him again. Explanation, you really do have to give me an explanation. Jialo Batian stared at the figure in the depths of the void. As his voice fell, the golden robe on his body shone. The golden wings of the great rocks fluttered as if they were about to fly out. With a wave of his sleeve, a handprint surged out from the void. The golden light that filled the sky shook the void. With an incomparably domineering momentum, it instantly slapped in front of the legalism Saint Martial realm expert. The legalism Saint Martial realm expert's expression changed. It seemed that he hadn't expected Jialo Batian to attack without warning. He quickly collided with a fist print, causing the void to rumble and shake. Rumble, the two collided in an instant. A pitch-black spatial hole exploded in the depths of the void. Dazzling runes bloomed like a dazzling sun. Thud thud, the legalism Saint Martial realm expert took several steps back. His expression became more and more unsightly. He said, "Jialo Batian, what is the meaning of this? You dared to touch the people of the golden-winged great rocks. After I destroy you, I will destroy your legalism. This is the explanation you should give me." Jialo Batian said. His aura was domineering. He had no intention of stopping. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. His figure swept out, golden light surging. A claw print stretched out from the void and directly grabbed at the legalism Saint Martial realm expert. The legalism had repeatedly sent experts to deal with his grandson. This time, there were many half-saints joining forces to besiege him. How could Jialo Batian endure this? If it weren't for the mysterious Fu Yibai and the mysterious crazy Ol intervening last time, he would have already attacked. At this moment, even this Saint Martial Realm expert was launching a second sneak attack. This aroused Jialo Baishan's murderous intent. No one had ever dared to provoke the golden-winged great rocks like this. Crackle, with this claw, the void was crushed. The mountain range below cracked, and the distant mountain peaks were also crumbling. The earth split open, and the void collapsed. This scene shocked everyone. The domineering aura made the hearts of all living creatures tremble. It was as if something was grabbing at their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. This was the power of a Saint Martial Realm expert. Just the aura alone was enough to make them unable to resist. Jialo Batian, you've gone too far. The legalism Saint Martial Realm expert shouted. He was furious as he watched Huang Zhu self-destruct while the kid and the other two were intact. He wanted to take action to solve the problem, but who would have thought that Jialo Batian was one step ahead of him? Chapter 2050. The claw was already in front of him, and he couldn't dodge it. His entire body glowed as if stars were falling from the sky. A beast roared like thunder, and another fist punched out. This punch shook the sky, and mysterious runes rushed out. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Rumble, a large area of space exploded, and the legalism Saint Martial Realm cultivator was pushed back again, the void behind him crumbling inch by inch. The legalism Saint Martial Realm cultivator seems to be hard to resist. They're all saints. The golden-winged great rocks live up to their name. They're a supreme beast clan. This scene shocked everyone. Some people whispered, and some people's mouths went dry. The attack of a Saint Martial Realm cultivator could shatter the void and destroy the earth with a simple gesture. It was shocking. Jialo Batian, do you really think the golden-winged great rocks are invincible? Do you think you can fight against us alone? A voice like a dragon's roar resounded through the void. At the same time, a sea of clouds rolled in the depths of the sky, and flames spread. An enormous dragon of immeasurable length appeared in the distance. The dragon's body was hidden in the depths of the sea of clouds, and its claws tore through the void. Its entire body was covered in crimson flames. Its ferocious head was corrosive, and its dragon eyes were like red black holes that could swallow the world. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Dragons of the Saint Martial Realm. This is a saint dragon. The appearance of such a dragon was indescribably huge, and all the creatures couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Roar, such a huge dragon seemed to have descended from the sky, and its dragon breath turned into a storm. Its claws tore through the sky, and the flames were like heavenly fire descending. In an instant it swept down, and the space crumbled inch by inch as it attacked Jialo Batian. It's been a long time since I've exercised my old bones. The ancient voice seemed to come from ancient times, and a rumbling sound rose from the void. A dazzling ink-black rune swept out, filled with the mysteries of heaven and earth. It brought with it strands of chaotic chi, destroying the crimson flames that filled the sky. An ink-black beam of light shattered the dragon's claws that tore through the void. Ao. Under the terrifying energy, the giant dragon was forced back. The dragon's roar was deafening, and waves appeared in its huge eyes. It looked in a certain direction and said angrily, "Xian Gu, what is the meaning of this?" "My meaning is clear. There are some people that even dragons can't touch." A thin elder spoke from where the giant dragon was looking down. What was strange was that there was a giant tortoise shadow behind him. Behind him, there was an imposing pressure. Its terrifying aura was much stronger than that of the giant red flame dragon. It's the legendary senior Xian Gu, that ancient giant turtle. The eyes of some of the elders from the great powers trembled. They had heard of such a gigantic tortoise before. It had shaken mountains and rivers, created legends, and once dominated the world. They never thought that it would appear here, and it seemed to be supporting the desolate country. Old man, you're here too. Little Xingxing looked at the skinny figure, and a smile appeared on her pale face. She was saved by him back then, and knew his identity. Greetings, young mistress. Facing little Xingxing, the old man called Xian Gu crossed the void and bowed in front of her. He was very respectful. Such a scene not only shocked the countless creatures in the surroundings, but even Jialo Batian, Jialo Maoyuo, Qi Xingchen and the others were astonished. They knew Xian Gu's identity the best. In the current world, he was definitely one of the most ancient existences, and his strength was absolutely terrifying. However, such an ancient existence was so respectful to little Xingxing. How could it not be shocking? Many gazes fell on little Xingxing. They had no choice but to re-evaluate little Xingxing. Just what was the identity of such a heaven-defying dragon? In the entire place, perhaps only Du Xiaofu, Feng Fenchen, Huang Ling, and a few others knew why such an ancient existence was so respectful to little Xingxing. If the identity of this little guy were to spread, it would be enough to shake the 9 heavens. Boom! Quietly, a flame burned from the void in the distance and quietly appeared on this ancient land. The flame was very illusory. It was not an open flame, but it burned the void until it was blurry. In the middle of the blurry flame, a figure stood in the middle of the void. His vast aura was not inferior to that of the giant dragon and the Saint Martial realm expert of legalism. School of Vertical and Horizontal. Du Xiaofu faced the figure that appeared. It was not the first time they met. Back in the Chen Huang mainland, they were ambushed halfway, and the expert of the school of Yin Yang intervened to save them. This person was among them. It was the sacred ancestor of the school of Vertical and Horizontal, an expert of the Saint Martial realm. Oh my God, another expert of the Saint Martial realm. Experts of the Saint Martial realm are the most powerful existences in the current world. The creatures in the distance were shocked. The aura that spread out was enough to make all of them tremble. The pressure of a Saint Martial realm expert made people want to worship him. Du Xiaofu looked up and narrowed his eyes. It was a pity that he could not fight a Saint Martial realm expert head-on. A Saint Martial realm expert was indescribably strong. Even with his current cultivation, Du Xiaofu deeply felt that he was insignificant and inadequate in the face of such an expert. It's these 3 again. Ha! Jialo Baishan's face was full of disdain and arrogance. His long robe billowed, and golden light rippled. Long time no see, old friends. How have you been? A faint voice was heard, and a bright moon appeared at the end of the void. Everyone trembled and looked carefully. The moon was not a real moon, but a mass of light wrapped around a moving figure. Its aura was hazy and vast. The moon saint is here. When the moon-like figure appeared, the 7 stars of the school of Yin Yang broke. Qi Yeshi and the others were stunned and then excited. Yeshi greets the moon saint. Greetings. Greetings, moon saint. Qi Yeshi's eyes rippled as she and the disciples of the school of Yin Yang bowed. Long time no see, old friend. Jialo Batian looked at the hazy figure and smiled faintly. I didn't expect you to come. What a surprise, said Xian Gu. I'm here to see my old friend. As the faint voice was heard, the graceful figure appeared in the void. Her face was beautiful and mysterious. Her long robe billowed, and her entire body was covered in a hazy radiance that made people unable to see her clearly. Her aura made the void tremble for no reason. She looked at the 3 divine ancestors of the school of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and said indifferently, it seems to be very lively here. Seeing the moon saint who had suddenly appeared, the 3 divine ancestors of the school of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons all looked gloomy. Jialo Batian and Xian Gu were not to be trifled with, but the moon saint in front of them had fought with the 3 of them not long ago. They had not gained any advantage over the 3 of them. Chapter 2051. I didn't expect this place to be so lively already. When these words were heard, a rainbow-colored light descended from the direction where the moon saint had just come from. Accompanied by a blazing aura, a five-colored flaming figure descended from the void. It was surrounded by a hazy and blazing phoenix phantom. The aura of the Supreme Beast clan made the souls of living creatures tremble, and the demonic beasts prostrated themselves before it. Greetings, sacred ancestor. Huan Ling, Zi Xian, Feng Han, Huan Wu, and the other disciples of the Phoenix clan bowed happily. Even Feng Fenchen lowered his head respectfully, a smile appearing on his face. This was the arrival of a sacred beast expert of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan was now a force to be reckoned with in the heavenly devil battlefield. Everyone, long time no see. I'm happy to be able to see all of you while I'm still alive. It's been 10,000 years since we last met. How are all of you doing? Amitba, everyone is doing well. Boundless heavenly sovereign, I'm happy to see a friend. 5 such voices spread out of nowhere, and 5 figures appeared in the depths of the void. They were dazzling, like the bright moon and the sun in the sky, bringing with them strange phenomena, as if gods had descended. There was Buddhist light spreading out, Taoist light spreading out, the aura of gods and devils fluctuating, and an ancient aura descending from the void. These 5 figures brought with them 4 terrifying auras, crushing those creatures who were not strong enough. Their faces had long turned red, and there were people who fell from the sky one after another, prostrating themselves in worship. They did not even have the qualifications to stand in the sky together with the 5 figures. Greetings, sacred ancestor. Voices rose and fell. Among the living beings watching from afar, there were disciples of Taoism and Buddhism who appeared and bowed. There were disciples of the School of Agriculture, School of Confucianism, and School of Moism who bowed. Among the 5 people, there was one of their sacred ancestors. The arrival of these terrifying auras made Du Xiaofu's body tremble, and his spirit rippled. Each of these people was a true sacred realm expert. They were the most powerful beings in the world, and any one of them had probably lived for a long time. They're all here. Du Xiaofu recognized the identities of the saint stage experts in the sky from the terrifying aura and the reactions of the disciples of the various major forces. The 5 saint realm experts came from the School of Taoism, the School of Buddhism, the School of Agriculture, the School of Confucianism, and the School of Moism. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's pale face. Apart from Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, School of Agriculture, and School of Moism had always given him a lot of convenience. They were friends, not enemies. Who dared to touch a member of my heavenly snake clan? Get out here. Who dares to touch the people of my demon vulture clan? Do you want to die? Those who touch my famous clan will have their souls destroyed. While Du Xiaofu was thinking, 3 gloomy and furious voices echoed in the air. There was a fishy smell, and a huge black snake appeared in the sky. It was unknown how long it was, and half of its body was hidden in the sea of clouds high in the sky. Its scarlet tongue flickered, and its aura was so powerful that it made living creatures tremble. A huge demon vulture appeared beside the giant snake, and its demonic aura billowed. It spread its wings and covered the sky, and its power was no less than that of the giant black snake. There was a hazy figure, and the void around it rumbled, causing a strange phenomenon, and a fierce wind whistled. Although this figure appeared extremely small in front of the giant snake and the demon vulture, the aura on his body was even stronger than the demon vulture and the giant snake that blotted out the sky. Do the famous clan, the heavenly snake clan, and the demon vulture clan also have sacred beasts? Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. The arrival of the famous clan Saint Realm experts was within Du Xiaofu's expectations, but the heavenly snake clan and the demon vulture clan also had Saint Realm experts, which surprised Du Xiaofu a little. The heavenly snake clan and the demon vulture clan are not simple, and they have inherited from ancient times. However, the strength of these two Saint Realm experts is average, and the strength of the Saint Realm experts is also different. Old Granny Jialo Mola saw Du Xiaofu's surprised expression and seemed to have guessed what Du Xiaofu was thinking. She then smiled and continued to transmit her voice to Du Xiaofu's ear, saying, "With your grandfather and Xian Gu here, and the Yin-Yang school taking care of you, the Moon Saint will not stand by and do nothing. As long as the three of them are here, no one will be able to touch you today." Du Xiaofu nodded to the old granny, and he was not too worried. The group of Saint Realm experts appeared at the same time and stood in the void like gods descending, shocking the world and making all living beings tremble and worship them. With the sharp senses of his spirit, Du Xiaofu could indeed feel the difference in the strength of the group of Saint Realm experts. From the old granny's words, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to guess that his cheap grandfather, Xian Gu, and the Moon Saint were the most ancient and powerful experts. Demon Vulture Clan, Heavenly Snake Clan, Famous Clan, so what if I touch you? Jello Batian stood in the sky. As the three Saint Realm experts from the Demon Vulture Clan, Heavenly Snake Clan, and Famous Clan appeared, they waved their sleeves, and golden light rippled in the sky. The figure of a golden-winged rock appeared in the void, and its domineering will crushed the sky. It's Jello Batian. The Heavenly Snake Clan, Demon Vulture Clan, and the Famous Clan Saint all paled when they saw Jello Batian, and deep fear surged in their eyes. Rumble. The void trembled, and lightning flashed. An ancient figure appeared. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void around him. His aura was terrifying and overflowing. It was very intimidating. Everyone's gaze immediately landed on the ancient figure. It was clearly another Saint Realm expert who had arrived. How lively. I'll just watch the show. You guys continue. Looking at the powerful figures around the void, the ancient figure's eyes rippled. He glanced at the scene and stood to the side, showing no intention of interfering. Boom. Rumble. The void in the distance trembled, and several extremely powerful and obscure auras spread out, entrenched in the distance, showing no intention of approaching. Are they all here? The old granny looked at the void in the distance, and golden light rippled in her eyes. Another Saint Realm expert. Du Xiaofu also looked at the void in the distance. From the auras that spread out, it was not difficult to guess that there were several Saint Realm experts. The 9 great clans and the dragons and phoenixes are not the only saints in the world. There are too many secrets in this world, and the eternal tomb is related to the ancient times. These hidden old people have all come out, looking for a last chance. The old granny spoke in a low voice, as if she was speaking to Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao. Many godlike figures stood in the void, and a terrifying aura invisibly made all the living beings in the world silent. They did not even dare to raise their heads, and they prostrated themselves in worship. This was a group of Saint Realm experts, and they had gathered in a short time. The figures were also sizing each other up, each with a profound look in their eyes. Chapter 2052. Back then, the great calamity shattered the stars and the mighty died. Now, the eternal tomb is about to open. Let's fight it together. An ancient voice rang out from Xian Gu's mouth, reverberating through the frozen space. A terrifying aura seemed to have transcended time and space, causing the expressions of many Saint Realm experts present to change. In the void, the ancestors of legalism, dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, school of famous, and other saints looked around. Their eyes swept over Jialo Batian, Moon Saint, Xian Gu, the Phoenix Clan, Confucianism, and Moism. Their faces were gloomy and ugly. Whoosh, the 4 figures didn't hesitate much and retreated from the void. The huge demon eagle blotted out the sky and the giant serpent also disappeared quietly in the sky. Their power slowly receded. The vast auras in the distance also disappeared into the horizon. They left quickly. Jello Batian shook his hands and stood with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be disappointed that the saints of legalism and other saints had left. Amitabha, the eternal tomb is reminiscing with you. A Buddhist voice came out, and a figure wrapped in golden light left. I didn't expect that old monk to still be alive. The old lady, Jalo Mola, looked at the leaving figure. There was a flicker in her eyes. If it hadn't been for the accident, you would only be above that old monk, Xian Gu said softly, sensing the look in the old lady's eyes. Back then, it was all. Jalo Batian looked at the old lady beside him. There was a look of regret on his face. There was a hint of gentleness in his overbearing temperament. No need to say more. We have no choice. The old lady smiled at Jalo Batian, interrupting him. There will be a chance in the eternal tomb. Jalo Batian said. His eyes were resolute and golden light flashed like lightning. Xian Gu glanced at Jalo Batian and the old lady, Jalo Mola, and said, Don't be so lovey-dovey at your age. The eternal tomb is about to open. Let the little ones heal first. Hearing that, Jalo Batian rolled his eyes at Xian Gu. Then he said to Du Xiaofu, Kid, can you take it? I can take it. I won't die. On Du Xiaofu's deathly pale face, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. After consuming a large amount of precious medicine, and under the effect of the immortal Xian body, his injuries were already slowly healing. However, these injuries were too severe. The injuries left behind by a Saint Realm expert were not easy to heal. Well done, as expected of my grandson, Jalo Batian. Jalo Batian laughed. His huge palm slapped Du Xiaofu's shoulder, almost causing the extremely weak Du Xiaofu to fall from the sky. Are you shameless? This brat is clearly a human. He has nothing to do with you. Xian Gu's leisurely eyes rolled at Jalo Batian as he spoke bluntly. He cultivates the cultivation technique of the great golden-winged rock clan. The bones and blood in his body belong to the great golden-winged rock clan. How can it have nothing to do with me? You are just jealous. Jalo Batian didn't care about Xian Gu's words. No matter what, he had already set his mind on this grandson. No one could take him away. Greetings, saints. There were a total of 4 experts who had arrived. One of them was an old woman dressed like a peasant woman. Her hair was white, and she wore plain clothes with flowery shoes. Her appearance couldn't be more ordinary. However, on her aged face, her eyes were as deep as the sea. One of them was a Taoist in his 50s. His Taoist robe seemed to be old, revealing a simple and unadorned taste. His hair was combed into a high bun, and his face was ruddy, as if he always had a smile on his face. One of them was a middle-aged Confucian scholar. His clothes were elegant, and his temperament was extraordinary. The last one was an old man in a loose robe. His figure was small and thin, but the space around him was faintly distorted. These 4 people had restrained their auras. The light dissipated, but they still gave off an incomparably powerful feeling. Du Xiaofu sized up these 4 people. His mind had just swept out when it disappeared without a trace, like a stone thrown into the sea. Too strong. The difference between a Saint Realm expert and a half-step Saint Realm expert is like heaven and earth. Du Xiaofu was startled. These 4 people were too powerful. It was simply impossible to spy on them. In an instant, the 4 people's eyes fell on Du Xiaofu. They carefully sized him up, and their expressions changed. Then, they didn't let go of Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing. They secretly wiped the fluctuations on their bodies. You're the little demon king. You really live up to your reputation. The old man in a loose robe stared at Du Xiaofu. He carefully sized him up, and his eyes were shining. The new generation excels the old. It's really extraordinary. The old woman dressed like a peasant woman, the 50 Taoists, and the middle-aged Confucian scholar were all looking at Du Xiaofu, their eyes rippling with emotions. They had already learned what had just happened from the sound transmission of their disciples. 9 half-step saints had been killed by these 3 little guys. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, had killed 4 of them alone. The self-detonation of the last sage-to-be couldn't do anything to these 3 abnormal guys. How heaven-defying was this? How could they not be shocked? I'm sorry for my rudeness. Greetings to the 4 seniors. Du Xiaofu saluted. Although his primordial spirit spying was unintentional, it was absolutely impolite. If these 4 Saint Realm experts had deliberately made things difficult for him, it would have been enough to make his primordial spirit look bad. Du Xiaofu could also guess their identities from the concealed auras of these 4 Saint Realm experts. They were the Saint Realm experts of the School of Agriculture, the School of Taoism, the School of Confucianism, and the School of Moism. No need to be so polite. The 4 Saint Realm experts looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. They didn't act arrogantly. This young man had the Golden-Winged Rock clan behind him. The existence of Xian Gu and the others was enough for them to value him. More importantly, they knew that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, would break through to the Saint Realm soon if he continued like this. Moreover, there was a group of abnormal young people following him. They didn't dare to underestimate him. They couldn't ignore him. Little Xingxing, how are your injuries? From the direction of the Phoenix clan, a blazing aura instantly appeared beside little Xingxing. Then, an old man walked out. His brocade clothes were fluctuating with flame runes. The patterns on his long sleeves were like the wings of a phoenix. He had an extraordinary temperament and was filled with a supreme aura. It's a bit heavy. Do you have any panacea? Give me some to heal my injuries. Looking at the old man who had suddenly appeared, little Xingxing seemed to know him. He didn't show any courtesy at all. Hearing little Xingxing's words, the old man was speechless. The bitter smile froze on his face. Then, he couldn't help but squeeze out a helpless smile. He waved his hand and took out a pill from his cosmos bag. A monstrous light fluctuated from his palm. A rich medicinal fragrance immediately spread out, causing the void to change color faintly. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.